Samsung Galaxy A. Unlock!
Gaming with this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon!
The Razer SEA Games eSport event was absolutely a historical moment, not just for Southeast Asia region, but for the global eSport audience. With our sight firmly set to establish eSport at Olympic Games as a vision of our CEO Minang, there are three focuses that we have to really go forward and have our vision established in the near future. The first is to grow our global eSport audience. Second is to establish the fundamentals, infrastructure, and local development among the country at the grassroots level. And the most scalable and sustainable way is to work with the Esports Federation, where they have the sole objective to develop this as a true sport in the country.
I remember on Game 5 where Philippines is starting out slow, but after a minute of back and forth, Philippines managed to force and win a team fight in the mid lane. That crucial team fight helped the Philippines regain momentum and win the series. I am really excited to see the competition, especially with how it ended in SEA Games. Will Philippines defend their title, or will Indonesia stop them? I am also looking forward to other countries such as Myanmar to get their shot at redemption.
အရင်နှစ်စီးကိန်းကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီမြန်မာနိုင်ငံအနေနဲ့ဆိုကျွန်တော်2တင်း3တင်းသွားရတယ်ပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီ Mobile Legends Dota AOV 3တင်းသွားရတယ်ပြီးတော့ကျတော့အရင်အခုကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီစသွားတဲ့နှစ်မှာပဲ Esports လည်းစပြီးတော့ပေါ်လာတာဆိုတော့ကြာလေမြန်မာနိုင်ငံအသင်းအနေနဲ့တော်တော်လေးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အထဲထဲကိုတော့တိုးလိုက်ရတယ်ဗျချိုးဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြောမလဲရလက်တီကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မကောင်းခဲ့ဘူးဗျဒါပေမဲ့သူတို့အနေနဲ့အကောင်းဆုံးတော့ဒီကနေပဲကြိုးစားသွားခဲ့တယ်အရင်နှစ်တုန်းကလည်းကျွန်တော်ဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြောမလဲ MES ဘယ်လိုမျိုးမထင်မှတ်ဖ ene ကျွန်တော်ပို့ဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြောလဲအများကြီးပို့ပြီးတော့လုပ်ပြနိုင်ခဲ့တယ်ပို့ပြီးတော့လည်းကျန်းခဲ့တဲ့ပွဲအဲ့လိုမျိုးထိုးနီး၎င်းပဲကျွန်တော်ဒီနေ့မှလည်းဒီလိုမျိုး Razer SEA-Invitational ပွဲရလဲလာအောင်မယ်အဲ့လိုမျိုးပုံစံခန်းနာကြီးပဲထပ်ပြီးတော့လာအောင်မယ်ဆိုတော့ရှင်ပြိုင်ရတဲ့သူတွေဆော့ရတဲ့သူတွေပို့ပြီးတော့စိတ်လှုပ်ရှားမလို့ကျွန်တော်ထင်တယ်စောင့်နေကြတဲ့သူတွေလည်းများမယ်လို့ထင်တယ်ပြီးတော့တခုရှိတာက
For Mobile Legends Bang Bang, the Razer SEA-Invitational will feature 10 teams randomly drawn into 2 groups, a best of 2 round-robin preliminaries followed by a double elimination playoff format.
To me, the exciting part is to see them coming back with 10 nations this time participating in SEA-Invitation. It's for them to defend the title or to claim the title for the countries.
save the world from suffering, the guardian dragons harnessed their powers once more. Sensing the dragon's resurgence, the powerful Kraken hastened his plan to destroy the world. Inspired by the fiery dragon warrior, many fine and noble warriors entered the dragon trials. Among them, a warrior from an ancient elven realm made his way to the dragon sanctuary, where the final trial of wisdom awaited.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This isn't about fame, fortune, or following. This is a calling. This is desire. This is obsession. This is what it takes to win. The search for more speed, focus, control. This is more than a game. This is esports.
Let's get this over with. I'm starting to get bored. I am only a shepherd.
Monster kill! An enemy has been slain!
Lay in the holy light.
An enemy has been slain!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
love playing games, and you're always hunting for the best deals. Now you can get more back just from the way you pay. Introducing Razer Gold, the virtual credit for games and entertainment that rewards you back. With Razer Gold, you get to enjoy more savings with exclusive deals. Get access to special bonus gifts and in-game items you can't find anywhere else, like unique weapons and skins. What's more, with every dollar in Razer Gold spent, you'll earn Razer Silver, our rewards program. Just like airline miles, the more you spend, the more you'll earn. Just keep collecting Razer Silver, and once you've got enough, you can redeem it for Razer hardware, games, gift cards, and more. With Razer Gold, you get more savings and gifts, and automatically earn Razer Silver to redeem even more cool gear. It's the best way to get rewarded just for being a gamer. Get started by signing up for a Razer ID on gold.razer.com. Take a moment to verify your account so it's totally secure. And that's it. Start filling up your e-wallet with Razer Gold and enjoy rewards with every spend. So how do you fill up your e-wallet with Razer Gold? It's easier than you think. We've got over 1 million partners and stores around the world, both online and offline, where you can top up your e-wallet with Razer Gold. Don't have a credit card? No problem. Reload your wallet by purchasing these Razer pins. You can easily find them at your nearest convenience store, supermarket chain, or pawn shop. Prefer to do things online? We've got you covered. Reload your wallet with your credit card, internet banking, and even your telco bill via direct carrier billing. Now that you're stocked on Razer Gold and you found something you'd like to purchase, here's how you pay with Razer Gold. Click on Pay with Razer at the checkout segment of your purchase. Log into your Razer Gold account and use your wallet balance to check out. If there's insufficient Razer Gold, simply reload your wallet with a specified amount via online banking, credit card, or buying Razer pins from a store. Here's a sweet deal to get you started. Create an account now and verify, and we'll reward you with 1,000 Razer Silver. Start getting rewarded and getting more back when you pay with Razer Gold now.
welcome to the Razer SEA-Invitational 2020, and it's already the second day of the tournament as well for the Group A. If you didn't get a chance to watch the broadcast yesterday, it was Team Vietnam who made a strong start, having no loss against Team Singapore and Brunei, giving them the top spot for this Group A with 6 points. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see Vietnam for today's matches, but we will be starting our day with two countries bound to have an epic match. That's gonna be Team Brunei versus Team Thailand, as we were so excited to bring you the best Mobile Legends action from the best players in the SEA region. And of course, this broadcast of the Razer SEA-Invitational is brought to you by Razer, #This is Esports in the SEA region, and that also for Tier 1 Entertainment. And Samsung experienced the awesome performance of their brand new Samsung Galaxy A51 and A71. Razer has been the leader of Southeast Asian esports for the longest time, and most recently with the success of the 30th SEA Games, where esports was a medal event for the first time in history. They've taken the momentum and created SEA-Invitational. The Razer SEA-Invitational is not just any tournament. This is esports at an incredibly high level across 10 competing nations. Over 400 teams and 3,000 athletes battle it out to make here to represent their country. That means these guys here are truly the best. That means the SEA Games 2019 Razer worked with each of the national esports federation to help bring esports to a larger audience. Now, they've done it again with a SEA-Invitational, making more an inclusive event. This time, with 10 countries represented, this event will help the athletes and the organization prepare for the planned SEA Games in 2021 in Vietnam. And to know more about the teams playing for our very first series, I am turning you over now to our casters. That's going to be Leo and Manjin. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Rob Luna. Good afternoon, world. We are your shoutcasters for today. We call ourselves the tag team because we are both smart. Manjin and Leo. Good afternoon, man. Nice suit.
Thank you so much. It's a coat on top of a shirt because it's a hot day today, and it's a good day for some Mobile Legends esports. Great to be back on the Razer SEA-Invitational. It's day 2 of Group A here, and our first matchup, it's going to be Thailand versus Brunei. Yesterday, our last match was between Brunei and Vietnam. I'm glad to see that Vietnam's taking a break today because they went ham. Right? Vietnam needs to take a break. They need to stop what they're doing and let us breathe. But today, I'm glad to see that there's going to be 3 more series for us to enjoy.
I think Vietnam, they made a statement that, hey, we are the strongest ones here in our group, in Group A. But still, it's Team Thailand as well. It's going to be Brunei versus Team Thailand. Team Thailand, they had 1 victory yesterday. And of course, that was an underwhelming performance from them. But I think they went back and they planned it out in their blueprint. And I'm hoping to see them like rise from the occasion, from the game, especially with Brunei. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time actually that we are seeing Brunei in an international event. So I think in terms of experience, Brunei's Team Brunei are the ones who are in the rookie mode. Sorry. By the way, just want to say that Team Thailand, they've been having more international experience, more international events. So it's looking like a 70-30% chance. But who knows, right? It's Mobile Legends. You cannot really predict what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, 70-30, I think that's cutting the good fellas short, the team from Brunei, because they're on the meta. I mean, yesterday we saw them try to field a Luo Yi lineup, and that is currently the progressing story. That's essentially where the meta is going. And Team Thailand, on the other hand, I do not sleep. We're a little more familiar with them. We've seen them in other tournaments. And looking forward to them being more than just the team that goes 1-1, right? Possibly here, we might see them go 2-0. But nonetheless, I'm hoping for some competitive action here between these two teams. Again, you're about to witness a best of 2 or a series of 2 in all of today's matchups, ladies and gentlemen. And well, with that being said, between these two teams, as much as I'd like to say that Team Brunei, they might have had a good night's sleep, I do think it's a tall mountain, it's a tall order for them to defeat Team Thailand.
It's gonna be a climb. Because one day I was streaming in my channel, and I announced the Razer Invitational, and there's a specific person. He is Filipino. He's Filipino, and he is asking, "Hey, Sir Manjin, when's the qualifier gonna start in Brunei?" So I think there are also a lot of players there that plays Mobile Legends. So I think the international scene is quite new to them. So I think probably the pressure is present in Team Brunei, especially yesterday. Yes, they're in the meta, but again, there's a lot to think about, especially in this in playing in the big leagues, right? In playing in the big leagues, you have these cameras all over you. Your game is being streamed. So yeah, I'm hoping for Team Brunei to climb up the ladder as well, and probably we could see a 1-1 for today. It really depends. Well, I think for game number 1.
Yeah, this is a huge responsibility for Goodfellas. Again, their qualifiers, I'm pretty sure it was a grueling struggle. It was quite the competition to find out who from Brunei will be representing them in the Invitational. But Mobile Legends is a big game in Southeast Asia.
Yes.
And I'm glad to see that even a team like Goodfellas are developing as fast as the bigger teams like Geek Fam, like Brunei Esports. And right here, I Do Not Sleep. The guys from Thailand. There's a lot of mobile esports in Thailand. And I'm glad to see that Mobile Legends here were able to send in one of the best. To see I Do Not Sleep in action. They fell short in one game against
Singapore.
But here, possibly, I don't doubt they can go for the sweep though.
We shall see, because I'm expecting a lot of adjustments, because yesterday we saw the rise of Lu Yi, right? The rise of this new hero that brings in global presence, brings in early game damage, brings in a crowd control, a new mechanic to the game, the vacuum crowd control from the rotation. The second skill and the dispersion. So we shall see, because like what you've said, Team Brunei, they also pulled off their own Lu Yi, and so has Team Thailand. So I think it's really gonna depend on who's gonna give us something new to the table, right?
Yep. Coming out of this Lu Yi Renaissance, well, I don't think you can call it a renaissance. It's her first actual showing. There is another strategy that actually became, more evident in the meta of the SEA Invitational, and that is the counter punch. We've seen it in previous metas, wherein it's more of a generic strategy wherein you wait or you time out your opponent's ults or the way that they initiate, and you instead go for the counter initiate when the Divine Judgment on the Kaja is dead, or the Blazing Duet has already been used up, or the Atlas misses their Fatal Links, and then that's when you go for the kill. And because of heroes like Luo Yi and even heroes like Jawhead or Kufra, that's your perfect lineup. That's how you build a counter punch lineup, and I would not be surprised if that works out even more and kind of develops. It takes shape here in the next few days of the Invitational.
I get what you're saying, because you have this ultimates from Kaja, from Claude that has a long duration of cooldowns. So you really want to punish it out with this instant burst of skills. A perfect example would be the Grok Wild Charge, the Tyrant's Rage, and any form of counter goes. Yeah, man, with that, I think we're gonna be seeing a lot of patience coming in from every team there is. Especially in the team fights, and I just want to say that besides that fact that of course we have team fights, it's also now present in the game that we are seeing these fighters, like these mage fighters right now in the rise. Like, because last time we saw from the Philippine qualifiers was a Gusion side laner, Gusion fighter. And we are now seeing Esmeralda side lanes as well. So it's now
Fighters.
fighters,
Yeah.
pseudo fighters, pseudo mages. So it's now the evolution of roles here in Mobile Legends. Yes.
And it's such a natural evolution too. You mentioned Esmeralda, you mentioned Goshen. I think another hero that is seeing quite the comeback is Lunox. Lunox perfectly fits all of these changes in the Razer SEA-Invitational, at least for the better, right?
Yeah.
Lunox here is great to leave in the side lane, especially when you're trying to push. She has pretty good, solid basic attacks, and she also perfectly fits here the counterpunch strategy, because you click Order Brilliance and you're invulnerable. That's it. No one can touch you, and they cast everything. And when you come out, that's when you rain down the Chaos Bolt. So Lunox, I expect her stock to go relatively higher in the next couple of days.
You know what, man? We've been talking about fighters. We're talking about side laners, off laners. One thing to take note as well is that the item builds is now on a new path. I've been seeing players prioritizing their jungle item. For the fighters, for the Tams, for the Uranus players, they now go for the priority Raptors Machete. So whenever they feel that they want to shift to a tank mode, to a tankier build, they will just stack the Raptor Machete. So first of all, with your tank items, you're so tanky, right? And then you still have damage. So that's how the game is evolving. Wow, this is so good for the game as well. So man, it's really gonna depend on the team who ever adapts and whoever perishes in the meta, man. I'm so excited to watch this. We're just waiting for the draft to happen. I think they're not yet done with their ping check, but it's okay. Welcome to the stream.
Yep. And again, I don't think picking up the machete actually undoes your funnel. I mean, we're slowly leaving the funnel meta, and we're slowly seeing teams go a little closer to the 1-2-2 or the fundamental laning phase that we see in a lot of other MOBAs. But yeah, the fact remains, the mask has not seen very many changes, so you can expect even side laners to still carry masks, at least in the near future. So again, it's nice that we're seeing small changes. They're not disruptive, but at least they're there. And the fact that these small changes are what we're seeing instead of a stagnation, then that's just all the better for us as esports fans. Here we go. The draft has begun. It's Thailand versus Brunei. It's Thailand on the play. Brunei gonna answer back. Let's see. I expect Popol and Koopa to be banned. Also Selena. I don't know about Natalia, but yeah, those are some top priorities.
Top priorities to control the jungle, right? The Selena, the Popol and Koopa. And by the way, one thing to take note, I think, for the Popol and Koopa, it's not just this early game. It can transition to this marksman carry in the late game that is tanky, right? Because usually we've been seeing games right now who is going all the way, right? It's going all the way up to the 30-minute mark, up to the 25-minute mark. And when that game goes by, the Popol and Koopa has a second unit. It has Koopa, so that means your 5-on-5 will become 6-on-5. That's why Koopa right now is on a high win rate. But we shall see if they will pick it, as both of the teams will ban out two funnel heroes, the Claude and the Ling.
Oh, what is Brunei doing? Thailand is the first pick. I don't know. Why don't they? I don't know, man. If Thailand does not get Popol and Koopa here, they better have an amazing strategy. Maybe it's the Luo Yi, because you need Luo Yi to be built around. But yeah, that's the Kaja and the Selena banned here, respectively, by both Thailand and Brunei. Now, Esmeralda, a better choice, because you can put it in mid and the side lane, so I'll respect that. But most definitely, one of these teams have to start getting the Popol and Koopa in the first phase. If not, it's gonna get banned in the second phase of ban.
Probably, yeah. But I think the Esmeralda is a safe pick here for Team Thailand. Not really revealing much. Again, the Esmeralda is a good mage. She can. There you go. There you have it. The Popol and Koopa, second pick coming in from Team Brunei. But yeah, back to what I'm saying. It can It can give a lot of burst damage. It can play as a tank. It can play as a core hero. So yeah, Team Thailand, flexible. I think they saw the Popol in Kupa coming, right? Because they have the priority pick, and then they went for the Esmeralda. It's okay. At least we can steal shields from the Uranus and the PNK.
I think what they'd rather do, Team Thailand, is they would rather answer the Popol in Kupa than play it and maybe fail with it. So I guess this is how do we say, a calculated risk. It's a smart gamble here by Thailand to let Brunei take the Popol in Kupa. They go ahead and pick up the Farsa and the Jawhead, which I like. I mean, there's a good mix here of range and engagement. So I expect their side lanes to be solid, especially with the Jawhead. Brunei closing it up with the Kufra.
Yeah, I think the Jawhead and the Farsa is the response to the Uranus, because there's only one way to kill that Uranus with the lockdown and with the burst damage from the Farsa and the Jawhead. So yeah,
that's exactly what gets rid of Esmeralda too. So they're kind of mirroring each other, but it still puts Brunei up one card, and that is the Popol in Kupa. Like, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know like what beats a Popol in Kupa. What's the -1 to their +1? And the only times I've seen Popol in Kupa fail were in the early days of Popol in Kupa, where people did not know how to deal with it. Like, people did not know the true power of this duo. But right here, right now, Brunei, it looks like they are trying to go for a just push strategy, but they are going to need one more solid support in mid if that's what they want to do, as they highlight here the Masha.
This is looking dangerous for Team Thailand, because I'm now seeing the strategy for Team Brunei. They have the Masha in the side lane. They have the Popol and Kupa going to the jungle, putting in traps, and then you have a Uranus in your other side lane. So I think for Team Thailand, they need something. They need another hero that can put in burst damage, that can reach something and can go fast. That's why I think they're hovering the Kimi.
No, this is the fastest you can go. I mean, this is basically ranked games for Thailand. They just want to go for the Hylos and the Kimi, just go straight into the jungle. I mean, at this point, even the Jawhead at level 2 can start killing people with the ejector and smart missiles, not to mention Farsa. All right, so pretty solid early game lineup for Thailand. And Brunei here, I don't think it matters what this last pick is, but I'm sure that they want to push. This is so telegraphed. They want to push. It's not a Layla. Ladies and gentlemen, don't lose it. It's not a Layla. And it's weird if it's a carry. Oh, they go for the carry.
Because Leo, I think that's the only core that they like that is available in the current meta. Because Team Thailand, they banned out the Lancelot, and the Lancelot is perfect for this type of lineup that Team Brunei has. I think Team Brunei, they shifted towards that skirmish, confusing skirmish type of lineup. They don't want to team fight. Because of the carry and because of the Popol and Kupa, they will give the carry the late game, the Popol Kupa the late game. But yeah, you said it in the early stages of the game. There's going to be a lot of pressure on their side, because the Farsa, the Kimi, and the Hylos can chase you down up until the end of the earth. Right?
Yeah, that's exactly what's gonna happen. So I wondered why they picked the carry, because the carry can't do anything in the early game. Not even at level 2. You barely at least need an ult. And you have no core items before 5 minutes, so well, I would have preferred the Granger.
Who knows?
I'm just saying, I would have preferred the Granger, or like totally dodged the marksman role at all, put a mage there. But nonetheless, I have high hope. Brunei may have picked this up from Vietnam last night.
Yeah, probably they practiced this in their training. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Team Thailand versus Team Brunei for game number 1 of day 2 of the Razer SEA-Invitational. It's 1-3-1 for Team Thailand. Meanwhile, Team Brunei, they have this 1-2-2 type of playstyle with the Popol and Kupa support here in the mid lane. We are now seeing, there you go, that is the combo. That is the Hylos, Kimi, You know what, Leo? In pubs, this guy, this type of combo, the Kim and the Hylos, it has a high win rate. You can definitely get a lot of resources with the movement speed boost and the Ring of Order, plus the damage from the Hylos, uncontrollable damage in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, look at this mirror though by Team Thailand. That's the 3 members going for their orange. Not much Tatsupong can do. And I think at least Hajinity able to take his purple. So Team Brunei here, they're sharing the buffs. I mean, they'll give one over to the invader, and then they'll leave one for Hajinity. So here's what's interesting about Team Brunei. They feel like they're trying to invest in 2 different kinds of stock, right? They're trying to go for this hyper push, and just the same, they're trying to go to funnel Hajinity. And now it's going to be 4 members onto 2, and it looks like Mrs. Zink is going to be going down. No, he survives, as well as Lois and Bo, as well as Alai almost going down here. They have what? A few minions left. Alai needs to get out of here. Goes for the heal.
This is going to be a push unless the Kimi and Hylos catches up. That is the rocket. But there you go. That is the main target there. If you don't get kills, just get the push. And Team Brunei getting the first push of the game. The bouncing ball initiation counter. Go, but the ejector was there, passing it and setting it up for the Kimi to last hit. It's like volleyball, ladies and gentlemen. Nice counter go. That's the counter punch that you've been talking about, Leo. And this is Team Thailand mirroring the push, and they will even up the trade.
But this is the smallest level of the counter punch. It's across a minute or so, and it's more of a trade. To be honest, there are better lineups that show you the best way to counter punch, and you'll see them. It's 4 members, 5 members waiting in the jungle. They'll throw out skills, throw out ults, bait out the Fatal Links, and then once you make that mistake, that's when they go. So you usually see these kinds of lineups lose the early game at around 4 to 5 minutes, and then maybe around the 6 or 7 minute mark, even maybe 8 if they can't find team fights earlier on. That's when you see them start wiping people out. All right, but nonetheless, it's still pretty fair down the middle. Team Brunei here, they lost out what they pushed down bottom, could not find any other spot on the map to convert or trade into, and now Team Thailand all the wiser. Despite this lineup being the Kimi Hylos lineup, they know that they need to stick together to make Team Brunei pay. Because Team Brunei, again, we mentioned earlier, they're not the team fight type of build. They need to just spread people out. It's divide and conquer for Team Brunei. But Team Thailand, this is the right way to go. They just need to stick together, force these team fights, and make sure Hajinity needs the same kind of guarding that this Kimi needs. And look at that now. Dalinity cannot peel. Now this one gonna run away. No! Oh, he almost lost out. Wow, the rejuvenation. The revitalize, it worked. Alai taking down this one. Tatsupong gets the kill, but Alois with it, and Tatsupong's not gonna live here. That is 2 for 1 here. Team Brunei loses out on that. Great conversion by Team Thailand.
There you go. That is clearly a miscommunication for Team Brunei. It was Doltini pump faking the Tyrant's Revenge, hoping to get one knock up, and they will immediately burst it with the Phantom Step and the slows from the spinning light wheel. But man, it's just the lineup of Team Thailand right now. You cannot really go near the Hylos and the Kimi if you are a carry. Team Thailand with the best decision in the early stages of the game, rotating down to bottom, answering to the push, and negating this Hajini funnel that Team Brunei wanted. You know what, Leo, one thing that I liked about Team Brunei is that they adjusted to what's lacking to their lineup. Because Hajinity, usually you see carries with purifies, right? This is the perfect purify game for him. It dodges a lot of stuns, but he went for the retribution. And with this retribution, Team Thailand knows this. So that means he's an easy target for their team. He's an easy kill. It's going to be like the best food that there is for Team Thailand. There you go. Like, as I say it, man. Nice stun coming in from Hylos. And there you go, Bo running for his life right now. No damage whatsoever for Team Brunei to counter punch this, as Team Thailand will push the top lane. They're now pushing the mid lane, and they are now winning the first 5 minutes of this game. 5-1, 3K gold lead, Leo.
This situation right here could have happened much earlier, but at this point, Team Brunei, they are now on the defensive. They need to go on the defensive because what happened there exactly was they tried to go into the jungle. They tried to fight Team Thailand, and Team Thailand, there were what, 4 members of them there? 5?
Yeah.
And you can't do that. That's not the kind of team fight you want if you're Team Brunei. So exactly what happened was their worst nightmare. First, Hajinity. Next, Alai. Even Bo was there, but he got away with it. And this turtle here, gonna be contested. Down goes the Glorious Pathway. There's a jump by Hack, and they're gonna disengage. So again, Team Thailand, they are ahead. They do not need to force fights, and we've learned from previous tournaments and leagues that the Kimi no longer has a expiration date. The way that Kimi used to play in the old days was just super early pushing, and now we've seen Kimi play 40, 50-minute games, so we know for sure that's not a fact. So Team Thailand, they can take their time here and play it safe. Just push what they can, fight where they can, and make sure Team Brunei is always on the defensive.
That's all because of the ticking damage from the glowing wand build. But Leo, actually, I think what we're seeing right now is Team Brunei, they don't want to play defensive. They want to catch up with how Team Thailand's fast-paced play style is doing. So see right here, Hajizi is on the bottom side. Is this the split push that they wanted? Because right now, Team Thai owning them with the damage that they got and the sustain that they got at the rocket. 3-pointer coming in from Seth. That was a nice pick-off. But man, Team Brunei, they will defend the top tier tower. Good job, and they will give space for Hajini to probably get his item spike up, his power spike in, and get that endless battle to deal with the high loss and the jawhead damage. Oh no!
Nice catch onto Dolinity. Down he goes. Point blank kill there by Framesy. And now, I wonder who took it. Okay, so at least Hajinity got the purple. Now they're threatening this push. Down goes the turret. Mid is gonna be up next. Wow. I'd hate to be Team Brunei because look at their top lane turret. Here you go. Glorious Pathway. Jump by Hack. There is the feathered airstrike still, but Hajinity gets caught in by the ejector. Down goes that turret. I think Koopa's gonna go down here as well if Bo don't call him in. And there you go. They finish the job with the turret up top. Don't need no minions. But look at top lane. Tatsupong making sure that that minion wave lasts longer than it should. The siege minion, it's gonna take it down a notch. But look at this. We're still at turtle. 8 minutes, 40 seconds in.
But this is a fast-paced type of lineup for Team Thailand. And what they want to do is just push and push and push and push. They have Purifies to dodge out the stun from the Kupra, so why not, right? Why not just go in? And I think Team Brunei, they decided that, hey, we cannot take the team fight. Let's just hope for the best to probably split push the map, because that's the nature of their lineup. That's how they want to play. But they're up against this team who can like swiftly go on you with the Glorious Pathway and with the Wings by Wings, and can put up damage without even stunning the Uranus.
Yep, they don't care anymore. I mean, they used Glorious Pathway as an engage, and oh my god, Framesy takes out Hajinity. How do you do it? Kimi's got the rocket. Ladies and gentlemen, I think they can threaten the finish here. They're down 2 men. There's a minion wave down bottom. There's a minion wave in mid. This is 4 members. It's just all right. Down goes Dolinity. I don't think Alai can come in for the save. Targeting the base is Framesy. Bo goes down. This is over. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Thailand takes game 1.
Yeah, man. Same as their lineup. It's the same concept as their lineup. We want a fast game. We want to like have dinner early. We want to eat a snack early, and there you go. That is the perfect answer to the mash type of play style. You deal damage. You match up the the fast-paced push. You have the wings by wings to react. You have the wings by wings to dodge, to run away. I mean, from the Masha. And man, I think Team Brunei, what they did is that they knew that, okay, they're gonna run towards us. Let's try to steal their buffs. Let's try to match up with their facing. But man, the carry, it's just not enough. The Phantom Step, it's not fast. You know, like it's not as fast as the Kimmy.
That last pick really felt so weird. Rob, what do you think about that carry pick? I mean, it looked like a push strategy all the way up until they picked the carry. Team Brunei, what can they do here, man?
Well, for me, for the carry pick itself, it's kind of too dragging, to be honest. Well, Agility did play it very, very well, as I can see. It's going to be hard in terms of the draft that they had. You could be able to see that they just want to focus on the turrets because they have nothing else to do. They cannot fight for a team fight with that lineup. They have like single targets all throughout the game. I think if they could be able to pull up the 2 kills on the bottom lane, that they did like a 4-1 rotation, probably the tempo of the game could be a little bit different. Yeah. But it's gonna be dragging. Like what Manjin said, the last ban of Team Thailand really did drag the whole draft of Team Brunei. I think that was the Lancelot ban. And for Team Thailand, I think they have relied too much on magic damage, but the good thing is that they had the Esmeralda on their side. So there's quite a bit clunky in terms of if you're gonna go for an Oracle or if you're gonna go for an Athena Shield. So there's still a dilemma, which one would you choose? But all throughout, I think it's all about Team Thailand getting the tempo of the game.
Yeah, again, they played the counter draft very well, despite them being the first pick, right?
Yes.
And if I may, I think that carry, if it wasn't the Lancelot, since Ling was banned out, maybe the Granger, as weird as it sounds, I think the Granger would have been much better, right? It's got a better early game presence, it has some mobility, and it can burst people down, especially with the lockdown that Popol and Koopa and Kufra have. So that's just my 2 cents, but again, we have another game to see here if Brunei can adjust on the fly.
Well, I think the Granger can match up with the range as well, with the Kimmy. But I think what Brunei did is that they shifted towards the Masha type of playstyle. They could have like chosen a core first and their first pick in the second phase, but they went for the Masha. So that's why Team Thailand, they saw it already. They banned out the Lancelot. And what's left? They knew that it's going to be the carry. So let's pick the Kimmy. And you know what? In the early game, the Kimmy, it just owns the carry in terms of damage, especially with the high loss too. So I think we're all in the same boat that the tempo it just went to Team Thailand.
Definitely. Like it's Team Brunei, it's just that no having, like Leo said, no early presence on the game. That if they could not be able to pull up what they actually did all throughout the game, is just if Team Thailand, us on the other side of the map, let's go on the opposite side, like what they did when Team Thailand did push on the bottom lane. They tried to sneak in, which some part of it they did become successful getting I think that was the turtle. They actually had it, but if and only if they could have like an early presence, such as the Granger that Leo said once again, they could be able to halt down something, or probably the Masha could be stronger enough to do split pushes, or somehow is their tank, their offlaners such as the Uranus could be tanky as well to hold on at least or mitigate some damage. But I think we will be having a few commercial. But before we head on to a commercial break, is that I would like to remind everyone that we are having a $500 worth of Razer Gold pins to a lucky fan throughout the event, and be sure to click the contest link in the chat to enter. And of course, don't go away, because the second game against Team Brunei versus Team Thailand will be on the way. See you.
Samsung Galaxy A. Unlock!
Gaming with this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon!
Strength and courage will be eulogized in the galaxy. Faith is my unbreakable sword.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This isn't about fame, fortune, or following. This is a calling. This is desire. This is obsession. This is what it takes to win. and search for more speed. Focus. Control. This is more than a game. This is esports.
Day in between Team Brunei versus Team Thailand. But before I send you over to our caster, I would like to remind everyone that we have this mouse, the Razer Viper, that this mouse is built for esports, built for absolute control. Control the outcome of any battle with a gaming mouse that combines a high precision, a cutting-edge, lightweight body, and the fastest actuation in gaming. Meet the Razer Viper, featuring industry-leading mice technology that's designed with and tested by Team Razer athletes, bringing you a mouse that's bred to tear up the pro scene. The product features is Razer mouse optical switches that actuate at the speed of light with industry-leading response time. 5G optical sensor for a superior tracking accuracy. 69-gram lightweight design for swifter, more controlled swipes. And of course, Razer did a speed flex cable for unhindered control and minimal drag. And yes, I'm not going to take a lot of your time because I'm pretty sure you are excited to see the second game in between Team Brunei versus Team Thailand. I'm going to send you over to our casters, Leo and Manjin, for the blow-by-blow action. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Rob Luna. We are back, the tag team, Manjin and Leo. And again, it's Team Thailand versus Team Brunei for game number 2. Leo, I think both of us are really hoping for Team Brunei to come back from their deficit. It was just underwhelming for game number 1. Team Thailand, they're now on a roll. They're on a good start. What do you think, man? I really think it's all because of the Masha fourth pick. And then after that, there's just the carry left for them to pick. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. The Masha may have put them down a road that they were not ready to go on. And I'll agree with you when you say that that's the first mistake. And then the second one was just a little too much when they picked the carry. So I guess the Granger would have just been a band-aid for a cut that may have been too big for a band-aid to begin with. So game 2, I hear that there will be a sub for one of our teams. So we'll see that when it comes on. But a good way for Team Brunei to get back into this would be, again, it's the same words I said last night as we said goodbye to end the broadcast, is for them to go back to the basics, man. Play something that you guys know. And I think for this game, they tried what they tasted at the hands of Team Vietnam last night. It's the hyper push. Man, they got beat in under 20 minutes. Both games ended at about 8 minutes. So
I think, well, I don't know, man. I think these guys are pros for sure. These guys know what they're doing. These guys have been practicing certain lineups, right? But I think one thing to keep in mind in playing in an international event, in an important game, is just, you know what? Just stick to if it works, it works type of lineup. You know, just play a certain composition that's easy to do, right? We always favor that. We always favor compositions that are just easy to execute, right? Rather than lineups that has a very narrow win condition, such as what we've seen, for example, in the previous game, the Masha, the Uranus. Because again, what you want with that lineup is to like push the tower early, get farms early, and with that you can just play the skirmish game, the confusing skirmish game, the mage game, the maze game. That's what I meant. So yeah, man, I think I agree with you. You just have to like play the basics. Like if the Claude is banned, go ahead, ban the Ling, and pick something. Probably the Lancelot early, just like that, or the Popol and Kupa early. Yeah.
This shows us really that the side lanes are just super important now. This shows us that if your core in mid gets totally banned out, or at least put in an odd situation, you have to invest a little bit more in your side lanes. So
Yes.
it showed here that Esmeralda, big deal now. You got to take care of the Esmeralda. Tams, you need to watch out for Tams. Even a Cho, like I think Cho should start seeing play a little more often now, and catch out those Claudes or catch out those Kimmies that make it through the draft. So that's another tip I can give to Brunei. If this tip of just stick to what you know, play the basics, if that's too vague, then I guess something specific would be invest in your side lanes, because it's kind of hard for Hajinity to be able to flourish if the side lanes are not secured. So, prioritize your Tams, prioritize your Uranus, prioritize your Cho even. Maybe consider the Lunox. I don't know. The Lunox is maybe a little bit more on the advanced side of things, given the way that the meta has been evolving. But don't touch Popol and Kupa first. Maybe that's a solid tip.
I think PNK is just way too strong too.
Ban him out. Just ban him out.
Yeah. Just ban him out. It just probably there are 4 main funnel heroes right now in the game. The Claude, the Ling. If not the Claude and the Ling, you have the Kimi, and lastly you have the Esmeralda. And the Esmeralda and the Kimi was on the side of Team Thailand, and those are just too OP. And I think for Team Brunei too, I think they should like adjust their their drafting strategy, because I think one mistake that they made, is that they prioritized the Kufra, because their first 2 picks was a Uranus and a Popol and Kupa. So if you pick that, you are immediately telling your enemy that, hey, this is the Popol and Kupa. It's a flexible pick. So you still don't know whether it's a support or a core, right? Or is it going to be a tank in our game? Plus you have this Uranus, and sometimes people also play the Uranus as a support, right? Rather than a fighter. So I suggest that they could have gone for their main core at the 3rd pick, probably at the 3rd pick, because the Claude and the Ling were banned out. So you only have fewer options, right? Who's going to be the carry? So you prioritize the carry first, because again, in Mobile Legends, it's a new game. It's just been 4 years, and the marksman, the carry department, it lacks employees.
It's thin.
It's thin. So I think
they're short on manpower, and I think it's time to start checking in on Clint, right? Like Clint is a decent hero. He's got mobility, he's got damage. I don't know, but still cross fingers for Hanabi. Nonetheless, that's all conjecture. That's all just discussion. I really do think that Brunei here has their work cut out for them. There's a lot for them to work on, and I don't know, man. Day 1, it was rough. If they leave day 2 at 0-2 once more, it's going to be difficult to make it into the playoffs. And I think that might be an understatement. So Group A here, it's already starting to show who is looking to be moving on to our playoffs to face off against the teams in Group B. But nonetheless, I'm not going to let go of hope here. Just maybe after a sub, Brunei might be able to pull through. But Manjin, there's a question I'd like to ask you. What do you think Team Thailand's strengths are? They have won game 1. They went 1-1 against Singapore yesterday. Team Resurgence, that's not nobody. I Do Not Sleep. What are your thoughts on them so far here in the Invitational?
I think Team Thailand right now, I think their lineup is just so diverse right now. They can pull off different type of strategies. We've noticed, we've seen it yesterday. They know how to play the Luyi comp. They know how to play the Link comp, the Claude comp. I think it depends on how will they play the rotations in the early stages. Because what they did earlier, they answered the push in the bottom side. You see, because there was a 4-man rotation for the side of Team Brunei. Because Team Brunei also knew that, hey, we need to push right now. As in right now, for us to get the lead. But for Team Brunei, we if you're going to look at the replay, you can see the Kimi, the Hylos, and the Farsa. After they went on and took the Little Wanderer, they were like, hey, rush bottom, let's go bottom, because we need to answer to the push, right? And unfortunately for Team Brunei, they got picked off one by one because of the Glorious Pathway and plus the ejector.
Yes, I remember the team fight. I remember the moment,
Plus the ejector from the Joy, because I think for Team Brunei as well, they managed to survive the potential gank because of the wings by wings of the Farsa. So with that, I think it really depends on Team Thailand on how will they get their win conditions in the early stages. Because again, these guys are pros. I think they know what to do. They know what to do, and it's whether you outplay someone or you lose. And I think, fortunately for them, they outplayed Brunei and they stomped them to the ground up until the end. So yeah, we shall see, because this is such a huge momentum for Team Thailand, right? Because they already they only have a point right now, because yesterday they lost their first series, and then their second series it was a draw. So with this game right now, it will amp up their confidence coming in this tournament.
Put them in fighting shape, if you will. They only lost to Malaysia, and Geek Fam is a big name in Mobile Legends Esports as it is. That brings us to the next question: is if Thailand does go for the sweep here, you think Thailand would do well in the groups in the playoffs? I mean, you think Thailand is on the level of VEC, Fantasy Main, or Geek Fam? Because I think that's the next step here. As the days go by, especially with day 3 looming, I mean, we're very short here. It's 3 series per day. Do you think Thailand would be the better fit, or Singapore? Because we're yet to see Singapore fight once more here. But I have hope in I Do Not Sleep. I kind of see them. Their draft is very dynamic. And the way they play, I don't see very many faults there. I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, you know what? I believe in the word momentum. If Team Thailand, they win this and they win their next series again, I think that will just give them more confidence in their play style, right? In pulling off a Claude Angela type of gameplay, and pulling off a high risk, high reward gameplay. Because you know what, in game number 1, we were saying that, hey, the PNK is open. Why won't you prioritize the PNK? Because again, it's the strongest one right now, and you're in the blue side, and you're in the first pick. But they picked that Esmeralda, and that's how confident they are. That they know that they're going for the PNK, and I think we can counter it. And with that type of play style that you have in your team, the momentum, it gives you a lot of strength, right? Yeah. It gives you strength.
Yeah, for sure. As we wait for this draft to begin, let's hear our thoughts from our host, Rob. Rob, you're in.
Yes, I'm really excited to join the conversation as I heard Manjane talks about momentum in the game. Yes, well, speaking of momentum, maybe we could look at the other countries or other teams who played yesterday. Probably that's Team Vietnam, which has the biggest start, the strongest start in terms of momentum. And in about the way the draft of Team Vietnam, probably we could somehow what do you call this? Disseminate. Am I saying the correct word, Leo? Their strategy on these two countries that we have today, the Brunei and as well with Team Thailand, and somehow the way Team Vietnam drafts is somehow closer to Team Thailand compared to Team Brunei. Like Team Vietnam, most of the time they tend to, it's either if they ban the Esmeralda or they get it, or they prioritize the Claude, which is Broly. Yesterday was a very, very strong. Has had the first Savage here on the Razer SEA-Invitational. Maybe, just maybe, I was actually looking on how Brunei could be able to bounce back, specifically for this one, because if in case that they might lose this, they're going to be somehow on the bottom of our Group A stages. And that's something that you don't want to happen if you would like to move forward into the playoffs. Probably they could, you can join with me in my thing here, is that possible if they go for a more team fight oriented lineup compared to like a split push that they did on game number 1? What do you think, Manjin?
For Team Brunei, yeah, probably, because again, in ML you can easily outplay someone, right? You just stun them, and it happens with just a snap. But man, I think Team Brunei, I guess that one thing that they lacked as well in game number 1 was they had a lot of errors in terms of initiation, because we've seen the Kufra going in without any follow-up for their team.
Yes.
And I think those are like jitters coming in this tournament. Man, it's pressure.
I think you were actually referring to the one on the bottom lane that they after they got the tier 1 turret, they're about to teleport it out. Then somehow the Kufra made the jump, and the Popol and Cupa said, all right, let's fight. Then suddenly the Kufra dies, and the Popol and Cupa, all right, I'm gonna teleport it out. Was it actually the scenario you're talking about? Yeah, I guess those kind of mistakes. Those were very unavoidable. It's like they already got the objective that they want on the bottom lane, and suddenly it changes. It's because of the Kufra. Maybe this question best refers to Leo. As I was actually looking only on to Team Brunei, I think Virginity is the one that they has the most what do you call this? Like a superstar level in terms of playing. That was actually the carry. Why I'm saying it is because even though his team was actually dying on the mid lane, he's not panicking. To be honest, he has a good in terms of positioning. Given that the carry is like a hero that needs a lot of farm, need to be in a better position to be able to be more effective. Is that he knows when and where to in terms of being aggressive. So what do you think, Leo? Would Virginity be the key for this team, or it's still going to be around the draft itself?
First of all, I think the word you were looking for was dissect, and that's a very good analysis.
I was actually thinking like disseminate, but yeah, probably dissect would be the perfect word for it.
Yeah, that's a nice pickup on how possibly Thailand, the way that they draft I Do Not Sleep, is very close to VEC fantasy mains. The way that they do it would be, I don't want to let go of the topic. It's such a great way to talk about the teams here, because it's a good performance by Vietnam. And if the rest of the teams get on this boat, we'll see more competitive games in the next few days. So the way that their draft happens is they pick the first two, or the first hero will be a very safe pick always. It's always either the core, or it's always going to be a solid side laner. So again, it could be the Claude, or it could be the Esmeralda, or the Uranus, or the Tams. And then what they do is they let the second pick slide. So it's going to be another safer pick, or they'll counter what the opponent is bringing already into the table and then close up. So it's a very safe way to draft. And just here in game 1 of Series 1 today, that's how Thailand did it, right? They picked up the Esmeralda, and I think the Kimi and Hylos came in at the very last 2 slots. So they kind of played it in a way that, all right, safe, counter the split push strategy, counter the skirmish strategy, and we'll go for the invade. Now, your question, is agility here the key to Team Brunei's possible success, maybe even out the series here? I think it's a great factor, possibly, but not the only factor. Man, you can't rely on a single superstar and their discipline. But Rob, we'll hear from you once more later on. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The long-awaited Game 2 in Series 1 begins. Brunei versus Thailand. Brunei now on the play. Thailand going to be responding. Very interesting mindset for Brunei. No respect bans first. It's going to be the Kaja.
Yeah, so the Kaja is now banned. So the Claude and the Ling is open because you actually you deleted a certain crowd control in the game. So yeah, man. By the way, back to what Rob was saying, that I actually think that Agility, he has the capability to carry, because we've witnessed it earlier with this carry, and you actually don't if you're a marksman carry, you actually prefer to play safe rather than going for the retribution, because carry is like not a natural retribution carrier, because he wants to go to the backline. He wants safetyness. He wants to be safe at all times. So I think with this, I think Agility he has the ability to do it. But again, it's about communication, right? If you are a team captain, if you are LeBron James in a game, you need to communicate with your other teammates for you guys to execute it right, for you guys to do the play right. And without that, I think they will definitely fall down to the greater.
I think Agility has the fundamentals. It's just these little things around him that kind of stop him from shining. Again, it's that one choice. Should have been the Purify, should have been the Flicker, even the Sprint. Those would have all helped towards keeping him a safer carry. But again, what stopped the carry with Agility doing good core things? The fact that it was such a shoehorned pick, right? Like the lineup just did not do well for it. It will never bode well unless the opponent makes amazing mistakes. So nonetheless, the bans here are going to be the Esmeralda for Brunei. That's safe. And then Thailand just don't want any cores at all. Get them out of here.
Yeah, man. And again, we've talked about this, that the cores in the marksman department, in the care department is thin. So yeah, we shall see what are the options here for Team Brunei. You have a one, you have a Bruno with you. The carry is still open. The Lancelot is up for the taking here for Team Brunei. I think they should go for the Lancelot right now. I think so, because you have the Popol and Copa, you have the Uranus. Okay, you have a damage, but they will go for a safer pick. They will try to get the CC in. So it's the Atlas and the Popol and Copa. I like this, Leo. Actually, this is one of my favorite duos right now, because the Atlas, it has a passive that slows your enemies, plus the Popol and Koopa, it has traps and it has a stun, so you can easily catch up on heroes. So yeah, this is a good opening. But again, the question here for me is, what core will Brunei now pick?
Yeah. Here's what's interesting. Thailand picks up the Baksha. I was guessing if they picked up the Kufra, still open by the way, Brunei could go ahead and pick up a Valier and the core. So that would make a solid lineup for Brunei, right? And I think Brunei, I appreciate the way that they're thinking. I appreciate that they're showing us the effort to learn and to pick up. But because that's exactly what this is, right? We already mentioned the way that we noticed how Thailand and Vietnam have this sort of drafting pattern, like for safe pick. Oh, just close it up by countering them. Now, it was too little too late. You're right. I believe that this should have been the Lancelot somewhere here between the Atlas and the Popol and Koopa, and it might be too little too late. Now the Valier doesn't fit at all, so now they have to think about who their mage is going to be or who their support. Oh, actually, yeah, Popol and Koopa can still play side lane, so they need a mage here, a solid mage, and the core. So now what's left? After this farsa by Thailand, what's left?
A Sicilian maybe? And the carry is actually good against the Jawhead and the Baksha. I think the carry is better here in this type of lineup for Team Brunei rather than the earlier ones. But man, looking at the lineup of Team Thailand, you have Rage right now. Oh,
Wait,
Bruno.
I like the
it.
show. I like the show.
I like it.
I don't like the Bruno. I think again, I don't know. I keep bringing this up, man. I could be wrong though, but maybe Granger's back. Maybe Granger should be back because you need the Granger to burst down the Selena and the Farsa. That's a very doable thing.
Yeah, those are easy targets, right? Easy targets. But I think they answered the tankiness here for Team Thailand because the Bruno, it's a good pick for the Baksha, but okay.
Hayabusa or
There you have it. There you have it. Hayabusa last pick. Team Thailand again surprising us with their last few picks. This is just a huge adjustment for their team. They want to catch out the Bruno on the back lines. They want to play the split game too. They have a huge control because of the traps. Plus, the Baksha shield unity is just way too good for fast-paced rotations. So yeah, I think Team Thailand, they adjusted well in the draft. But I think it depends because the Bruno, I think, is a better core for the Baksha and the Jawhead. It has crits. It can cancel out the channeling from the Feathered Airstrike because you can push away the Farsa with your Wave of the World. So yeah, it's gonna depend. It's really gonna depend on how will they play it early. So yeah, I'm excited for game number 2, man.
I do think the Hayabusa is going to face a little bit of a struggle because there is an extra body in the Popol and Koopa. So your shadow kills are not going to be as potent. Not always perfect situation. But nonetheless, here we go. It's time for game number 2 in this series of 2. Team Brunei versus Team Thailand. And again, it's nice to see Baksha back. I like it when teams are able to figure out a lineup where Baksha works. And it's just so nice to see a tank hero that just refuses to die.
Yeah. Speaking of refusing to die, Hajiniti now refusing to die because he now has the Purify, right? So, yeah, but the problem here is that Hayabusa is one of the best retribution carriers in the game. So, right now, for Team Brunei, they need to secure their objectives, their buffs early as possible so that the Hayabusa won't steal it. Plus, the Hayabusa man right now is playing with that killing spree. It means that if you have a killing spree, you want to fight and fight and fight and fight, just like this. There you go, 3 shurikens to the Divinity, but Lois was here. That is the knock-off from the Cho. But is the damage enough though? It's not. The traps, it's not gonna be enough. But Hack wants to snipe here. But oh no, this is bad news for Team Brunei.
Invade. Hajiniti has no say in this. Man, every single game I've seen from Brunei so far, I feel like Tatsupong has such a chip on his shoulder. I always feel like the teams always go for Tatsupong. And I think that was yesterday also when they were against Team Vietnam, wherein Tatsupong just got killed 5 times in a row. So, man, this guy is such a trooper, but nonetheless, there's so much that he needs to take care of in this game. He's the off-laner Cho, and he has to make sure that this Hayabusa is put into check. And here's another fight which is waiting to happen. Manjin, there's the ejector.
And they want this. That is a slow from the Frigid Bread. And there you go. There you go, Leo. We've talked about it earlier. You cannot really escape with the Popol and Koopa and the Atlas combination Bo and the Dolniti. Dolniti getting one pick off. And man, Team Brunei, little by little, getting a little bit of hope in coming back from the series 1-0.
To be fair though, game 1 looked a lot like this, but look at this now, Mizzy Mink back for round 2. We haven't seen any amazing arrows from Hack just yet, but yeah, look at down bottom. It's just the fight between the Uranus and the Baksha, and this one wins that. Down goes Haroro, who by the way is the sub put in for Team Brunei.
Wow, man, the DPS damage from that Baksha ultimate is way too much for Haroro. Yeah, rising to the occasion. Rising to the occasion. Guys, so wow, what an outplay coming in from Rice. Right now, Team Thailand, they can now actually switch the lane. The Hayabusa will now go to the bottom lane, and the Baksha in the top lane. The Turtle is near the bottom lane. Seth has the Retribution. This is gonna be a risky play for Team Brunei. They will now scout Team Thailand with the Popol and Kupa. Bo is now falling low. There you go. Seth lurking towards the turtle pit. The Cho is still up top. We're now having the dance here, ladies and gentlemen. The arrows coming in. Rice just baiting out some skills, and man, there you have it. Team Thailand, they're now in control of taking this turtle. Oh my, Leo, the zoning capability of Team Thailand is just too much for Team Brunei.
That's impressive. That was a long drawn out bullying by Team Thailand, and when they were finally sure that they were safe, they're like, yep, we'll go for this. Now, there you go, ejector on 2-1, but it was too much for Team Thailand. Down goes Mizzy Mink once more, and despite losing out on the turtle, at least they're beating up the Jawhead, so that's something. And where are the kills going? It's going on Bo. Why? It should go on Agility. He has the Bounty Hunter, but I guess you'll take it where you can.
Yeah, you're gonna take it. A kill is a kill, man. Plus, Team Brunei, they're now playing it safe. They're not really forcing any team fights. They're waiting for Agility to get on line for later. But as I say this, Busy Bigs coming in with the smart missiles. There you go, Feather Airstrike onto 2. The control is just way too much. Team Thailand, there you have it. The Ninja is on his way. Set picking off another hero. 2 heroes immediately falling down for Team Brunei. Nice outplay from Team Thailand.
To be fair, I think Tatsopong came in a little late. I'm not sure why he did not respond as fast as he should have, but credit where credit is due. He was pushing up top, so that's the first turret take by Team Brunei, and they are still ahead about 1,000 gold or so, now just 200. Yeah, very interesting. Team Thailand just went all the way into the back line there, but a good first pick off. It was Agility that they killed first, and that was thanks to Mizzy Mink. So now Mizzy Mink, I think he's feeling the groove once more. He's back.
Yeah, they're back at it. They're back at it. Plus, Leo, they have more options in picking off heroes. Again, their skills. They have the arrow. They have the ejector. Those are not ultimates, right? Those are not ultimates. But meanwhile, for Team Brunei, they have the Fatal Links. They have the Way of the Dragon. There you go. That is the knock off. That is the push. Agility just hitting the Jawhead, and there you have it. Another pick off. But I think Mizzy Mink, that he's just doing his job. He's just being the sacrificial lamb for Team Thailand. But yeah, man, you take what you get. You take what you get, right?
It's a support Jawhead, a scapegoat. That's what it's called. It's a scapegoat. Like if you guys are too deep and you fail the engage, just let Mizzy Mink go. He'd be happy to take it. And better Mizzy Minks than Framesy, right? Yeah. Or even Lois or Hack. And so far, I think it's Lois who is turning into the core mage, while it's Hack on the support Selena. And look at this. Imagine, it's another free turtle. There's not much Brunei can do here. Unless, yep, there you go. What a nice way of zoning out your opponents with an Abyssal Arrow. They saw it go through right their faces. Haroro going for the chase, but the Puissance is already committed here by this one. And that is a disengage by Team Thailand.
All right, so we're seeing Team Thailand getting free turtles. As of now, Team Brunei, yes, they pushed up the top tier tower, but I think what they need to do right now is to help the Uranus in the bottom side, probably own that lane. Because again, this mid lane, it's not going anywhere, right? It's nothing is happening here in the mid lane. So yeah, I think Team Thailand, they are faster in terms of reacting, in terms of response. You have the wings by wings, and their wave clear is faster too because of this Sparta. So right now, I think Team Thailand, they've been getting free turtles because of their zoning capabilities. But as I say this, Genesi falling low, and he eventually died. Man, Lois just doing all the work, doing all the pickups for Team Thailand. Oh my God, Tatsopong also falling low. The pickups just too real. Arrows after arrows, stuns after stuns. Man, if you're gonna count it out, the arrow has a 3-second duration. And how many bullets does the Parsa have? How many feather airstrikes do you have? 3. So 3 bullets per second, man. And you will definitely catch it. Oh my, Team Thailand just owning this mid lane fight every time.
And I think the team fights that Team Thailand does win, they make it count. Again, you see here, Mizzy Ming's got 3 deaths. That's all the Team Brunei has. So you can tell for sure now that those are kills that Thailand allowed. And I think Mizzy Ming, he's just doing his job. Exactly as we said earlier. Now, they are up about 2,000 gold so far. They are down, they're up 1 turret against Team Brunei. And look at this now, Tatsupong being visited up top by this one. And I don't know how the fight's gonna go, but it's worth it, popping the poisons, while Framesy once more goes for a free turtle. What is this, Manjin? The 4th turtle?
This is the 3rd one. This is the 3rd one. And the fatal legs hitting nothing but jerk. Ladies and gentlemen, try coming together. Pong with the retaliation now. There you go. That is the revenge kill. But meanwhile, the quad shadow, there's just too many units for set to target, and that will give Team Brunei the opportunity to take this tower. There you have it, Dolindi targeting Lois. That is the stun. The tower is still alive though. Haroro, are they too deep? Yes, no. Deep because we can kill. There you have it. Clutch Way of the Dragons coming in from Tatsupong. I am always the target, but now I am the predator. Team Brunei, even though Team Thailand got another turtle, they made something happen. They made something happen, and they will come back from that certain deficit. Only 1K gold lead coming in from Team Thailand, but that is the first push in the tower, Leo.
Yep, they were able to convert into mid, and that's good. Putting it at equilibrium. Turu now for turret takes. They're at par. But yeah, I think the mistake there really was, sure, Framesy Seth got the turtle, but nonetheless, there was not enough burst. I think Mizzy Minx go down earlier, very fast. They were not able to go into Tatsupong or into Hajinity. Like, those are your main targets. Bo, good luck getting through Koopa. Haroro, it's just a waste of skills. So here we go now. They're going for the hunt. Framesy goes to use the quad shadow, hitting most minions. Oh, hold up. Hak almost hit Tatsupong, but he was an inch off with that dash. And wow, off camera, Bo knocked out by Lois. It's a pick-off, but oh! Death Bush, but it's the opposite way. Mizzy Minx goes for the ejector. Dalinity gonna go and flicker off into the distance. And Hajinity, they smell blood. Lois does not want any of this. Haroro jumping in, and Lois goes down. Could not use the wings by wings to get away. And Hajinity knocks out Framesy off screen. And what was the story there? What was Framesy doing off cam? Where was he? All right, I guess in mid. So they'll take the kill on Haroro here. It's a messy team fight across 4 different fronts.
And it's still going. It's still
going. It's still going. Mizzy Ming gonna go down here. Hold up. Flicker. I think he's dead. Oh, wait. Yeah. They're not gonna chase it. That's fine. He survives. He lives another day. And this turret, though, not so much.
Oh my, Team Brunei outplaying. Actually, I would give that all to Tatsupong. He outplayed the top lane. He nearly he actually he nearly caught the abyssal arrow in the top lane, and I think with that it's over. It's GG for them. But with that missing, but as I say this, hold that thought, Leo. Somebody did take the Lord.
Yep.
And I think it was Team Brunei.
It was Team Brunei.
A sneaky Lord there for Team Brunei, giving them space right now.
Yeah.
And the opportunity to push the mid lane. Team Thailand, what they need to do is to kill right now. Because if not, Team Brunei will take this one. Team Brunei will push up other towers, and it will give space for Hajinity to farm up, to even to get more items, to get more power. But as I say this, let's see here. Mizzy Ming again, another sacrificial lamb. That was just underwhelming.
You know what?
Thailand. You know what? Yes.
All of these kills on Mizzy Ming, it's adding up. Like at some point, you're allowed to do that. You're a support jawhead, that's your job. But man, missing out on the full combo of the ejector, unstoppable force, it really is going to take its toll. And now I think that's what's happening. Team Brunei just making the most of what they earlier thought was just what we can take. It's slowly becoming kills for agility, man. He's sitting at 4-2-4, and by no means is that a bad record for a Bruno at 13 minutes. And I think they're going to start to hurt. Team Thailand, man, they need to find that very specific window. It's a very small window, man, for Seth to pop the quad shadow kill. And right now, there you go. Fatal links here by the Atlas Dolinity. Nice picture perfect disengage from underneath the turret. Framesy caught out. Dolinity gets the kill. Down goes the Atlas. That's going to be a Poisons by this one. And Haroro is going to survive. That's a 1 for none. It's on your core. And Team Brunei, all the more happier to take it. They get the turret down bottom. They leave up top first. And with smiles on their faces, they disengage. Hold up. Ha! Might have just called in for his death sentence, and that is going to be a free kill for Team Brunei. Manjin, what's going on?
Team Brunei, man, I think Lois is the only one here for Team Thailand that can dish out damage. Because, dude, if you're gonna think about it, we've talked about it earlier. The Hayabusa, it's not a good hero against a Popol and Koopa. You have another unit, and man, Dolinity, the Atlas, it also has another unit, man. It has a squid, so you have an extra double team. It's 7-on-5 right now, so that's why he cannot really dish out the damage that he wants. But as I say this, still the Parsa is their main problem. Lois is their main problem. They cannot really get near him. But they need to be careful for Team Brunei, but I think this one is in the bag. But look at that, man.
That is literally a no-look kill. That was just Lois just pressing buttons, man, and Bo just bit the dust. I don't think Bo has anything else. Yeah, the only real tanky item he has is the Thunder Belt, and possibly, there you go, Tatsopong picked up the Athena Shield. He's got the right idea.
But Leo, I think here we go. There's another team fight. Fatal links onto 2. But meanwhile, on the top side, Sat putting in the shurikens onto 2 as well. But right now, Team Thailand are manning up. They're grouping up together. They want to target the squid, but the squid is just flying too fast. Haroro boxing out 2 from the back. And Haroro, man, where's the damage here? For Team Thailand, cannot really get anything. That is the peacock mode for Hack. I mean, for Lois, where's the better airstrike? Nothing. Team Brunei, they got away. And man, Team Thailand, I think the story right now, Leo, there are no more damage coming in from Team Thailand to deal with the Uranus and the Atlas.
Here's what's interesting, Manjin. I think the kind of damage that Team Thailand brings is just so specific. But hold up, wait up. Hajinity here really low. He does have an orange buff. He is going to have to back out here. This is going to be this one with the Poissons. And this fight has just gone all the way into the back. Tatsupong pops the immortality. But he is going to get the kick onto this one. Maybe the wrong target. And they are going to go for the turn. And now this one going to use the flicker and the roll it, jump. And wait up. Look at this. Framesy using the shadows. Where can he pop the ult? Down goes this one though, and now they are going to threaten the push here. That's one out of Team Thailand to help defend, and this turret is going to be the target. That's a good kill right there on to the structure by Tatsupong. Hold up, wait, down goes Miziming. Hajinity gets the kill. Haroro taken down as a revenge kill by Framesy. I'm surprised Framesy's still alive. Dolinity now. He's still at half health, but no, it was all smoke and mirrors. The base is taken down by Team Brunei, and they find redemption in the first series of the second day of the SEA Razer Invitational. Manjin, it happened. It is freaky. This is Team Brunei showing us that we are not going to be taken by our nerves. Not anymore.
Brunei has come back from a game, getting the draw. And man, that was just so nice at the end of the game, man. There's just no damage. For Team Thailand, you just countered the Hayabusa with the anti-Kiras, with armor, and then you have more units on your side. Where's the damage coming from?
It was all on Lois.
Yeah, it was all on Lois. And man, yeah, but Lois can only do so much because Lois is a support.
Yeah.
Lois is a support. Lois is not their main core. It was their Hayabusa. It was their Selena and Team Brunei. We all thought that Team Thailand, they will get the upper hand in like playing mind games with them, especially in the mid game. But Team Brunei, they kept their posture. They were unfazed, and they just let Hajinity farm. Hajinity get all the damage, and the tanks is tanking all of the damage too. So yeah, man, congratulations to Team Brunei.
Yep. Rob, did you think that was a good win? Was that a freaky win by Brunei? They pulled it through.
Yeah, well, definitely a freaky win, and that's gonna be their first to bag up on the Razer SEA-Invitational. Of course, there are probably a few points that are actually looking on the side of Team Thailand. On the start of the game, I thought they already had it because they have these fundamentals like the invade that it's gonna be hard for Team Brunei to face with, as we can see. But there's some part of their lineup that was something really freaky. Is that I saw the Basha and as well with the Jawhead, and they doesn't have a mask. That is something not like the normal. I was thinking, are they somehow putting gold or somehow funneling through the Jawhead? But the Jawhead did is like a support tank on the lineup and as well with the Basha. And somehow the Selena goes for the support items as well. So the only damage that they had was from the Hayabusa. What do you think about that, guys?
It made sense to me. The Baksha was in the side lane. So earlier on, I think they just did not have the resources to give him the mask anyways. So they let them have that. And then for the Jawhead, there's so many things to talk about that Jawhead, dude. It's just that he died way too many times. And sure, it's a support Jawhead. You have Hack on the Selena. That's a support Selena. No doubt. That's why she has the mask. But yeah, it was unorthodox. But nonetheless, I understand the Baksha. Not so much the Jawhead. But yeah.
Yeah, I thought, somehow when I was actually reading the comment section, I read this word like Kimon, Kimon Haji, and somehow I type it, and what Kimon does mean it means strong. So you learn something every day. So the meaning of Kimon, that's they're actually flooding it on the chat. Kimon Haji. So I think this player is really so I actually show it using the Bruno, but we will be talking more about Team Brunei because they still have one more game on our final series of the day. Do you have any final thoughts before we head on to our break, Manjin?
You know what? I'm excited for Group A because we're having we're having a lot of draws here. So probably we're gonna extend the program, and we could probably have a tiebreaker soon, right? So yeah, man, congrats to Team Brunei. It was freaky, guys. It was freaky.
Very freaky. I did not expect the game to end right then and there, but nonetheless, I think Hajinity is very much here responsible for this win. I mean, it takes a lot of discipline to understand that you are the core and that it's on you. So Rob, you were on the money, man. You understood that, hey, there's something with Hajinity. Maybe we should have eyes on him. And right here, right now, he proved that. Congratulations, Team Brunei.
Yes, well. Yes, and yes, congratulations to Team Brunei for bagging their first win here on the Razer SEA-Invitational. But before we actually head on to our break, I would like to remind everyone that we are giving away $500 worth of Razer Gold pins to our lucky fans throughout the event. Be sure to click the contest link on the chat to enter. And of course, that's it for this match. Don't go anywhere because we still have 2 more series on the way. And also don't forget to like and follow Razer on Facebook and Tier 1 Entertainment. Next match will be Team Singapore versus Team Malaysia. We will be back. Don't go away.
with this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon!
Strength and courage will be eulogized in the galaxy. Faith is my unbreakable sword.
The Razer SEA Games eSport event was absolutely a historical moment, not just for Southeast Asia region, but for the global eSport audience. With our sight firmly set to establish eSport at Olympic Games as a vision of our CEO Minang, there are three focuses that we have to really go forward and have our vision established in the near future. The first is to grow our global eSport audience. Second is to establish the fundamentals, infrastructure, and local development among the country at the grassroots level. And the most scalable and sustainable way is to work with the Esports Federation, where they have the sole objective to develop this as a true sport in the country.
I remember on Game 5 where Philippines is starting out slow, but after a minute of back and forth, Philippines managed to force and win a team fight in the mid lane. That crucial team fight helped the Philippines regain momentum and win the series. I am really excited to see the competition, especially with how it ended in SEA Games. Will Philippines defend their title, or will Indonesia stop them? I am also looking forward to other countries such as Myanmar to get their shot at redemption.
ကျွန်တော်အရင်နှစ်စီးကိန်းကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီမြန်မာနိုင်ငံအနေနဲ့ဆိုကျွန်တော်2တင်း3တင်းသွားရတယ်ပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီ Mobile Legends Dota AOV 3တင်းသွားရတယ်ပြီးတော့ကျတော့အရင်အခုကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီစသွားတဲ့နှစ်မှာပဲ Esports ကလည်းစပြီးတော့ပေါ်လာတာဆိုတော့ကြောက်လေမြန်မာနိုင်ငံအသင်းအနေနဲ့တော်တော်လေးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အထဲတွေကိုတော့တိုးလိုက်ရတယ်ဗျချိုးဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြောမလဲရလက်တီကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မကောင်းခဲ့ဘူးဗျဒါပေမဲ့သူတို့အနေနဲ့အကောင်းဆုံးတော့ဒီကနေပဲကြိုးစားသွားခဲ့တယ်အရင်နှစ်တုန်းကလည်းကျွန်တော်ဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြောမလဲ MES ဘယ်လိုမျိုးမထင်မှတ်ဖ ೇನೆ ကျွန်တော်ပို့ဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြောလဲအများကြီးပို့ပြီးတော့လုပ်ပြနိုင်ခဲ့တယ်ပို့ပြီးတော့လည်းကျန်းခဲ့တဲ့ပွဲအဲ့လိုမျိုးထိုးနီး၎င်းမယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီနေ့မှလည်းဒီလိုမျိုး Razer SEA-Invitational ပွဲရလဲလာအောင်မယ်အဲ့လိုမျိုးပုံစံခန်းနာကြီးပဲထပ်ပြီးတော့လာအောင်မယ်ဆိုတော့ရှင်ပြရတဲ့သူတွေဆော့ရတဲ့သူတွေပို့ပြီးတော့စိတ်လှုပ်ရှားမလို့ကျွန်တော်ထင်တယ်စောင့်နေကြတဲ့သူတွေလည်းများမယ်လို့ထင်တယ်ပြီးတော့တခုရှိတာက
For Mobile Legends Bang Bang, the Razer SEA-Invitational will feature 10 teams randomly drawn into 2 groups, a best of 2 round-robin preliminaries followed by a double elimination playoff format.
To me, the exciting part is to see them coming back with 10 nations this time participating in SEA-Invitation. It's for them to defend the title or to claim the title for their countries.
Unbreakable, unstoppable, I push to the edge and take it all. I'm born to be untamable, go right to the edge and never fall.
This isn't about fame, fortune, or following. This is a calling. This is desire. This is obsession. This is what it takes to win. The search for more speed, focus, control. This is more than a game. This is esports.
Monster kill! Ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy! Mega kill! Legendary!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Yes, and welcome back to the Razer SEA-Invitational 2020. We're already on our second series of the day in between Team Singapore versus Team Malaysia. But I would like to remind everyone that we are giving away $500 worth of Razer Gold pins to our lucky fans throughout the event. Be sure to click the contest link in the chat to enter. And of course, this broadcast of the Razer SEA-Invitational is brought to you by Razer, #This is Esports, together with Tier 1 Entertainment and Samsung. And also, I would like to introduce you to an amazing product here from Razer, which is the Razer Huntsman Tournament Edition. This keyboard was built with absolute speed in mind. When a split second can mean the difference between victory and defeat. The absolute speed of the Razer Huntsman Tournament Edition is what separates the champions from everyone else. Designed and tested by Team Razer athletes, this gaming keyboard is armed with the fastest Razer switches to give you the edge you need to try where the competition is fiercest. What are the product features? Razer linear optical switches for actuation at the speed of light. Double shot PBT keycaps for increased durability. Onboard memory so you bring your settings anywhere and be ready in no time. Compact form factor and detachable USB Type-C cable. And yes, of course, as our team, both Team Malaysia and Team Singapore, is getting ready to go into the lobby, they're actually checking their ping somehow, and so they could be able to deliver a very, very epic match. But before we head on to our draft and introduce you to our casters, we will be having a very short break, and we will see you in a while.
Samsung Galaxy A unlocked!
Gaming with this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon!
Strength and courage will be eulogized in the galaxy. Faith is my unbreakable sword.
This isn't about fame, fortune, or following. This is a calling. This is desire. This is obsession. This is what it takes to win. The search for more speed, focus, control. This is more than a game. This is esports.
You have slain an enemy! Killing spree! Monster kill! Ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy! Mega kill! Legendary!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
looks like the dust have been settled as both teams are already ready to battle it out, and I've heard both of these teams are very, very familiar with each other in terms of gameplay, playstyle, and possibly the roster itself. I'm very much excited to see this upcoming series to unfold. Who really is the best in between Team Malaysia versus Team Singapore? Leo and Chantel, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Rob. Great to hear from you once more. And I'm joined here by Chantel. My name is Leo. Chantel, how are you doing tonight?
I'm very excited for this game. Actually, it was mentioned by Rob earlier that these teams are very familiar with each other. One reason would be is that they actually battled for the MPL MYSG. So Malaysia is represented by Geek Fam and Singapore is represented by Resurgence. So these teams actually fought neck and neck for that MPL Season 5. And to clarify or to give information to everyone who is watching right now, actually Team Malaysia brought this Team Singapore on the lower bracket for that season. But
right,
then Singapore won the tournament.
So they dropped Resurgence into the lower bracket, and Resurgence had to climb their way out. And in the end, it was Resurgence who takes home that season's championship. Interesting story, but here in the Razer SEA-Invitational, it's actually quite the opposite, because it's actually Geek Fam who's ahead by at least 1 point from Singapore. Now we go into the draft. It's Geek Fam or Team Malaysia on the play. Singapore going to be answering back. Now Malaysia bans out Popol and Koopa. Now that we're a few days into the Invitational, Chantel, I need to ask you, as
it on the pickings, actually PNK or Popol and Koopa is quite of a hero in terms of the support, in terms of crowd control, and there is the continuous damage. We all know that in terms of a team fight, crowd control is really of a big factor. Yes. So yeah.
All right. It's such a unique mechanic too. I mean, that's why you're right. It's either the ban or the pick. So that means 100% contestation rate here for Popol and Koopa. Now on the other end, let's talk about Singapore's ban here, Esmeralda. We've seen her go up and down, in and out of the meta, and now it seems like she's back, and people are just putting so much stock in Esmeralda. Can you tell us why exactly that is?
Actually, on the first series for today, we saw an Esmeralda pick on the first part. So one reason would be, just like what you've said earlier, is that you have to secure the off lanes or the side lanes for you to be able to be sustainable on the latter part of the game. If the side lanes go on the bottom performance that it's expected to be, it would be really disastrous for a team. So Esmeralda is already good. Is actually a good ban here for Team Singapore. Although for Malaysia, I'm seeing this Digi pick actually, maybe because Singapore is one of those teams that actually prioritizes the Atlas.
All right, so this is just, you know what? I understand, and true, Singapore does prefer the Atlas, but yeah, no, I think it would have been too early. It would have been too soon. It would have been like buying insurance for something that you're sure won't go, like, get hurt anyways. So I think that was too early, and I think this is a better choice here. The Selena actually able to sneak it through the banning phase. Great first pick here by Malaysia. Singapore, this is good as well. There you go. Chantel, you just talked about it. They do have a preference for the Atlas, and now they have also locked in their core. So now the ball is in Malaysia's court. You think they will lock in their core as well? What do they have left here? The Ling is still out.
Actually, Ling is an option here for Team Malaysia. We always say that Claude and Ling are somewhat alike in terms of the funneling strategy here for our game. So I guess for Team Malaysia, it's either they go for the offlaners or the fighters here, or they choose to, okay, so it's going to be a sustain or a crowd control type of tank and the Ling for the hyper carry. So because if they do not get the Ling already, it's gonna be a problem for them because it might be bad. So it could be a counter funneling strategy here to be seen by Team Malaysia against Singapore.
Yep, it's the anti-funnel funnel, as we like to call it. They also pick up the Kufra, which is great for stopping teams or catching them off guard. And I believe it's going to be Rumple on that Kufra. Now let's see Singapore. They lock in the Jawhead as we go into the second phase of banning. In our previous series, I must note that the Jawhead on MZ Mink from Team Thailand, it was a tragic Jawhead. I'm hoping that this right here for Singapore is not going to be the case, because there's so much that a Jawhead could do. I honestly think that Jawhead is one of the best, or if not close to the best offlaners or even supports in the game right now. So let's go into the second phase of banning. Singapore takes out Tams. It seems like Tams has been relegated to a tier 2 hero. What do you think about that, Chantel? He used to be like the same as Popol and Koopa, almost 100% contest rate. Why do you think that is for Tams?
Actually, for Tams, it's more on the sustain on the early part of the game, plus the damage that it could bring about on a team. So for Team Singapore, they banned out the arenas. They also banned out the Tams, maybe because they want Team Malaysia to be empty-handed in terms of the off lanes. So looking at the lineup of Team Malaysia right now, it's lacking on these side lanes that we are talking about. And for Team Singapore, though, we'll go back to the thought of the Jawhead pick. Maybe it will be very effective to counter out this lane as long as the ejector is used properly whenever the lane dives in.
Yep. They got to time it out. And yeah, Singapore, they are choking Malaysia out of side laners. But Malaysia, look at this. This is the hardest pin down of supports I've ever seen. Popol and Koopa, Kaja, Luo Yi, they just don't want to see any of that. So yeah, Malaysia here, they are going to be considering their side laners to be Lunox and the Cho. I like the Lunox on Ozoraveki. I really do. And the Cho, it's trying to catch the Claude for sure. But yeah, that is going to be the lock-in for Malaysia. Let's wait for Singapore's last pick.
Although they might be a problem with this Cho pick because of this Natalia, so it's kind of be tricky for this both heroes to actually negate each other in terms of gameplay. We know Cho is usually used whenever they want to go for a split push. So I guess for the Natalia, that is gonna be one consideration whenever he tries to get a hero against Team Malaysia.
Oh, but wait. As we talk about that, Singapore picks up the Valier, which works so well against the Cho and the Kufra. That was a solid pickup. They were lacking a good source of damage, I believe, one more, and a support. So that's the Valier for Singapore. Now, with these two lineups locked in, Chantel, I gotta ask you, what are you favoring? What's your prediction for game 1?
Actually, for this game number 1, I like the composition here of Team Singapore because they have the burst support. It's kind of difficult for this Kufra to dive in whenever the searing turret is there, coming from the Valier. So I'll go for Singapore for this one because of the draft pick. Yeah.
You're right. They had a solid first 1-4, and that Valier, that very last pick, the Valier, I believe that is such a key role that he has to play, especially in pushing away the Cho and the Kufra. I literally just said what you said, but again, it begs to be repeated because it's such a great pickup. I don't know how it came through, but again, that just shows how open the meta is. So yeah, I guess that's a unanimous decision here from the panel. And of course, before the game, your casters. Is this going to be a fast game or a shorter game? What do you think?
Actually, for this one, just like we've said earlier, they are familiar with each other, so I'm guessing this is going to be a really, really long game. If you're playing with a familiar team, you know the rotation, you know the gameplay. But again, this is the Razer SEA-Invitational, Team Malaysia versus Team Singapore.
Game 1 in a series of 2, and here we see a big presence in mid. Wow, already using his flicker. Zorn on the Selena, Rumple on the Kufra, and Feeks on that Ling. So yesterday we saw Zorn on the core. Now they're giving it over to Feeks, and it's still Lia on their core on the other end. Team Singapore here, allowing Leah to take the purple, and yeah, no invades.
Oh, you know what, Leo? I was actually guessing that Team Singapore would go for an invade because they have the Valier, but then again, they never or they didn't opt to go for that one because they are also mindful of this counter initiation play confirm. If you want to negate a Ling as much as possible, you need to take all the buff away from him.
Yep, you gotta neutralize him. Choke him out earlier on, but it looks like it's not gonna happen. But look, big team fight up top. That's the first blood. Sana taken down by Zorn. And Jason with the torrents, blazing the way by Leah. Leah misses out on Art, but they will take down Zorn. It's a 1-for-1.
Okay, so as we can see here, right, that actually for Team Singapore, that's already an edge for them because they have the upper hand on to that game because we can see the aggressiveness. For a Ling, actually, we don't see a Ling on the early part of the game to join the clash. So that is one to be considered for Team Singapore. That's why they need to, as much as possible, give the opportunity for this squad to get all the jungle against Team Malaysia.
Yeah, and the Claude here, it's just as much a mobile hero as the Ling. The Ling can walk on the walls with Finch Poise, and Leah on the Claude, he has the BMI, the Battle Mirror image, and I think that's enough. So it's a nice mirror here. Again, the Ling is the anti-funnel. So Claude is one of those heroes that, or core heroes that kind of get away with it. Every other hero, they need to play Flicker, they need to play Purify, but now that I mentioned that, Chantel, he has Purify as well. So he's just really scared of what the Cho and the Kufra can do.
And actually for Team Singapore, we can see a 3-man flicker actually. So this is kind of a problem for the Kufra whenever he wants to dive in against Team Singapore. He needs to make sure that this flicker is already off or the bouncing ball is on point for that engagement to be a successful per se. Because if you have a flicker on your majority of your players, it just means that you really want to disengage whenever there is a team fight.
Yep. And again, you mentioned the magic word, disengage, which these days, or at least in the Razer SEA-Invitational, it's become a part of the meta. Right? It's our first time together casting here at the Invitational, but I gotta ask, how do you feel about the evolving meta here, the developing meta? Do you believe in the counterpunch? We've seen it come up in the previous games. I don't know if it's evident in your matchups. Can you talk about that with us?
Actually, for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, we've seen it in different tournaments that there are tendencies wherein the game stretches too long. I mean, very long. On the early part of the game, you are on the upper hand. But then on the latter part of the game, there goes a different story. So for this one, there is an opportunity for every team to turn things around, regardless if the other team is really scoring or killing on the early part of the game. There goes the objective for Team Singapore. Though on the game yesterday, there was this game wherein they are advantages on team fights, but then they forget to actually take turrets against the enemy team. So that's one big factor. If you are to get kills, you also have to take objectives.
Yeah, definitely. Playing the objectives, very, very important. We did see Team Vietnam yesterday draft a lineup that just does that, right? Like they will just take turrets. They played the game in about 8 minutes and finished it against Team Brunei. So I think that's what you were talking about. And yeah, definitely, that is something that's developing here. And again, this is one of the largest stages of them all. 2020, it's been a crazy wild ride. The pandemic shook the world. But nonetheless, this is esports. And I'm glad that Razer is here to pick up where the world left off and still provide us an online avenue for all of the best teams in the SEA region to compete. With that being said, you guys are still watching the second series of the day. A series of two, I'm not sure if I can call it a best of two, but a series of two between Malaysia and Singapore. Before this match goes ahead and unfolds, so far we've been seeing trades, and the lineup is relatively, how do we say, favored for Team Singapore, given the draft. all of that out of the way, Chantel, I gotta ask you, who do you think is gonna go take this? Like, who do you think is more likely to go for the 2-0 here?
Actually, that's a different question to answer, knowing that these two teams are really familiar with each other.
Yeah.
And if we say you're familiar with each other, you know how to do the macro gaming. You know how to do the micro also for this one. So I guess for this matchup against, for Malaysia and Singapore, it's all about who's willing to win. That's a big factor actually for this game. The willpower to actually end up the game with a statement. Although for Team Singapore though, they really need to catch up with their rankings for Group A, because this is day number 2 of a Razer SEA-Invitational. And speaking of which, for this game, actually the Mobile Legends proper, I'm liking what I'm seeing for the draft pick, because there is the evolution we are seeing. We could see other heroes being picked. Some heroes aren't part of the meta anymore, but there is the progress, and we could see heroes that are not being picked before being played right now. Actually, with the recent patch, there is a light that it is possible to bring about heroes which are already forgotten in the scene.
Yeah, I agree. But just to answer my own question, I believe that there's a strength in both of them. Real quick, let me just go back, turn around on that. One, I do see how Resurgence here has a great draft. Team Singapore, again, with that single pick on the Valier, just countered a lot of what Malaysia was bringing to the table. But if there is something that I see in Team Malaysia, is that if it comes down to it, the extra mile, again, you mentioned the desire to win. They were so behind in their matchup yesterday, Team Malaysia, against Team Thailand in the second game, but they still turned it around. And I think they had a worse, or like they had the lesser draft. So I'll give the draft to Resurgence, but when it comes down to it on the map, I think just possibly GeekFam has it. So again, it still feels very 50-50.
Yep.
I can't say for sure, but now that you ask it, I'll answer your question now. The evolution of heroes that come back in the meta based on the patch. Who are we looking at? Balmond, Hilda, Gatot Ketcha, right?
Yep.
We see the renaissance of the fighters. Of all these heroes, I believe it's Gatot who might make the most of an impact. Like we've always seen some fringe Gatot Ketcha plays, and of those 3 heroes I mentioned, I believe we're missing one more. Ruby. I think Ruby is one of the heroes that they also tried to patch up.
Even Hilda, actually.
There you go, Hilda, right? Hilda, Balmond, Gatot Kacha, Ruby, right? There you go. So those 4 heroes, again, I think it's Gatot who really could be the game changer because of how we've seen some fringe Gatot Kacha plays in the past. And Balmond, it's just his kit is just not there yet. Hilda is a lot like a Uranus / Esmeralda that needs to go into bushes.
Same with Gatot, actually, more on the magical damage that could actually easily clear minion waves. But again, we are back onto our game. This is 2 minutes and 14 seconds into our game time. Team Malaysia versus Singapore. Actually, Team Malaysia is on the gold lead against Team Singapore.
Yep, and I'm not sure where that kill went. Oh, there it is. Wow, Team Malaysia able to sneak another kill in. And, oh, that was almost another one, but a sneaky BMI out by Leah. Feeks building his Raptor Machete already here, 2 minutes, 30 seconds in. Can they convert down bottom? I believe they can. There's not much Sync can do here.
Yep, there's no actually hero coming in from Team Singapore to defend that one. Actually, what we're seeing right now for Team Singapore, all they need to do is to have this Claude get the form that he needs, because on the late game, I'm sure that Team Singapore is on the upper hand, because the Team Malaysia is actually kind of skill dependent in terms of the player composition or the hero composition here onto our game. But for Team Malaysia, what they are doing right now is that they are very aggressive. We could see that Claude popping that Purify against the Abyssal Arrow coming in from Zorn, but here comes another one. We could see another flicker in or flicker out come from the Valier of Team Singapore, though there is no objective done with the Dragon here, guys, plus another damage taken here by Team Singapore. There's the disengage, but the Lynx catches none, but a kill secured for Team Malaysia onto this game. Blazing to it comes in from LY4, another one coming in, but here goes the Natalia, becoming the Selena of this one. Fix getting killed by Team Singapore onto this game.
Oh no! Oh wow! Look at that off-camera kill by Ozaravecki onto, I believe, was that Jason? Yeah, right. Okay, so that was a little messy. It was a fight that lasted across the river, even into the Team Singapore's mid lane, a little deep. And now there's another fight up top. That was off-camera. Zorn takes down Leah, and that was not a shutdown by any means, but it's bad for a Claude to die this early in the game. Now, Arts facing off, and wow, the burst is enough. Sana goes down, Zorn gets the kill, and there's the fatal links. They may have stayed too long, Chantel.
What is set coming in from KZP? Actually, that is a counter initiation play coming from Team Singapore. Although we can see here Team Malaysia securing that turtle. So instead of trying to defend or trying to back up the players of Team Malaysia, they opted to go for a trade actually in terms of objective. But also for Team Singapore, though, we can see the damage here come from Claude. It's just that they need to be mindful that they need to protect this Claude in terms of E-fight as much as possible, knowing that they have the Ling or the Selena for their enemy team. They need to be mindful of that. Anyways, on the side, which it's gonna be another team play coming in from both teams. You have the Blazing Duet, although Sync getting a play or getting a kill for the team. Although there is the damage coming from the Lunox of Team Malaysia. It's gonna be 8-6 for the score, 5 minutes and 18 seconds for game time. Sync already out of damage, but the ejector is there, plus the Tempest of Blades coming from Fix. Oh my god! Actually, that is considered to be an error for that Jawhead because he
threw him in, right? To get the kill. But yeah, again, that was a little bit of a blunder for Team Singapore, but nonetheless, I appreciate the effort for Sana. I know what he was trying to do, but I guess it was too little too late for him to have fixed that. But yeah, here we see now, Chantel, a little more evident how if Leah keeps this up, stays with the farm, it's so much easier for Team Singapore to plow through Malaysia's lineup. And you're right, Team Malaysia here, they are the ones who have to react if they do get into the late game, because their skills, as you mentioned, they're skill shots, right? You have to hit the arrow, you have to catch people off guard with the Tyrant's Rage, you have to come in at the right angle with the Way of the Dragon on Arts. So if this goes to the late game, if this does extend to somewhere around 20-something minutes, even 30, God forbid, it's going to be a tough match for Malaysia.
Actually, for Team Singapore, they need to give the kills here for Claude because he has the Bounty Hunter and his skill at tier 1-3, so that's a big factor for LY4 to get the gold that he needs for this squad. But Arts is actually on the verge of killing himself, although we have Natalia dodging away for this one. Another turtle objective for this both teams. We have the Missile Arrow, which is very painful for Team Singapore actually if they want to take another objective. Speaking of painful, it's Arts getting killed by this Natalia of Team Singapore.
Oh, wow. Chantel, you just mentioned it earlier. Leah needs to get some kills on the Claude. Leah or LY4? I think it's Leah because LY4 is just too hard to say. Now look at this. Taking down the KZP. That's Atlas. Rumpel gets it. It's tank on tank action. So Portal Combat is what I like to call it. There's the Blazing Duet.
Oh my god!
Once more gets the finishing touch. Sync is taking everything. But I guess it's better than nothing. So this is a situation wherein you say, we take what we can. And Sync is like, I'm sorry, bro, but I'm the one with the execute. Now, can Fix steal this? He cannot. That's at least a turtle secured here by Team Singapore. Not much Fix could have done there. But between these two cores, I think Fix is having a better time.
Yep, actually, although for Team Singapore, we can see the Purify very evident on that last clash, or actually the counter play come from Team Malaysia, and this time around an off-cam kill, Arts getting a kill for that show onto this game. Also, for this game, we can see Team Malaysia getting the turret killed, but on the middle lane, it's going to be LY4 being killed by Team Malaysia. We have the Abyssal Arrow getting the KZP, but no! Fix secure the kill for Team Malaysia onto this game. While this is happening, we have the Cho securing or getting objectives for Team Singapore and a double kill as well for Fix onto this game. Malaysia, they are very aggressive onto this game. Team Singapore, they don't have the time to actually go for the counter initiate on this one, because that is going to be another kill for Arts onto this Cho again against the Natalia.
Very interesting how Arts just doesn't care about that big fight happening in mid, right? The rest of his team are like sandwiched between two turrets, and I guess there was a big move there by Zorn wherein he hit the arrow on 4, and it was what, a 3-second arrow. It was just the best kind of arrow that you really need to shut down the Claude without a Purifier ready. And I think that's what allowed Arts to go for the penetrate. How this early, 9 minutes. So far, if Singapore does not play defensively the right way, because obviously they are on the back foot here, then this could end very early. And what they want to do, again, we mentioned, is stay in the game. They need to extend this to the point wherein 4 is such a threat. Now they catch KZP in the bush with an arrow, but it's not enough. That isn't Atlas. He's a chunky boy. And look up top now. Art is hunting down Sync.
Oh, this is another kill maybe for Team Malaysia. For Sync, he needs to be careful. But here's the counter initiation. What a damage coming from Team Singapore. But then again, Fix is still alive. The main damager of Team Malaysia is still alive. And speaking of which, for this game, we say that Team Singapore is on the upper hand if ever we enter the late game. For Team Malaysia, they need to, as much as possible, get LY4 down whenever there is a team fight, because whenever LY4 is still alive, the gold is continuing. He acquires the gold in a continuous manner, although we can see here this Fix on that 8k gold for this one, the Berserker's Fury plus the Endless Battle. So that is already an edge for him, because we can see here right now for Claude, it's only the Demon Hunter sword for his item.
Yep, he is building up to the golden staff, but this Lord here, interestingly enough, I think Malaysia here, they can go for it. They are at the advantage too, because of the retribution on Feeks. But then again, can't speak too soon. Zorn here just laying down the traps, making sure that no one can all of a sudden jump in. They need the vision. Did they start it up? They let it go. They reset. Now, it's a fight waiting to happen here. It's gonna explode here up top.
We see Team Malaysia getting ready here for this team fight. Although for Team Singapore, we can see, oh my god, that's gonna be the light ultimate coming from this Lunox. Although for Team Singapore, just like what we've been saying earlier, as much as possible, they need this Claude to go online for this team fight. Although he is still at tier 2-5, so the bounty hunter isn't being maximized for this one. We have Sorn low on health, but Fix is there for the backup. Sync is actually on a different situation, or difficult situation for this time, and the Lord is being reset by the both teams. It's still 16-10 for the score, 11 minutes and 35 seconds into our game time.
Okay, you know what? While that team fight was happening, or waiting to happen off of Sync, I think what they were originally trying to do was to get Arts to split push, and that's what that little fight up on the top lane was. They were trying to distract Malaysia or Singapore so that the choke could push down bottom. So they missed out on that because they sent the Jawhead down bottom, and then they were gonna go for the Lord to allow Arts to do the same thing again, and then obviously that failed because Sync was a little too deep, almost killed Zorn. But now look at this, KZP with a 3-man fatal links, Feeks getting away, but just barely with the Tempest of Blades. Now Ozaroveki is in the target sights. Taken down is Sync. What a blowback there, and that's 4 for 1. Sync for everyone but Feeks. What a win for Team Singapore.
Actually, for Team Singapore, that was really a good initiation play coming from KZP plus the Lord objective for this one. Although Ling is still alive for this game, he will try to actually destroy, I guess, that bottom lane turret, inhibitor turret against Team Singapore. Since he has no retribution, we have the immortality here come from the Atlas, but because of that play, Team Singapore now has the opportunity to destroy turrets against Team Malaysia. 9k gold for this squad and 9.4k gold for this link. So the opportunity is here for Team Singapore. All they need to do is to maximize this Lord that they have, which is flowing onto the top lane.
That was impressive. Like, one big win right there. That good team fight started by KZP skyrocketed LY4 into the same gold level as Feeks. Earlier it was what, 2,000 ahead for the Ling, and because of that blunder, or at least an awesome counter initiate by Singapore, this is looking a little bit more of a competitive matchup. Now 13 minutes in, Lord is still at pretty good health, about a third in. They need to tear this down. This is a level 1 Lord, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep,
Putting a
the
bead on this turret, but go ahead, Chantel.
Oh my god, I guess KZP is in a difficult situation right now. We have the bouncing ball. Immortality has been popped. Fix is on the side lane, guys, with a mega kill for his lane. Blazing Dude though for LY4. We have Arts on that way up to Dragon. LY4 against two players here is now down with a triple kill for Fix onto his lane. What a good counter initiation or counter play here come from Team Malaysia. They defended the Lord and actually took down 3 players, actually 4 players come from Team Singapore onto this game. For this match, it just like what I've said earlier, this is gonna be a really long fight.
It's a turnaround after the turnaround. This is exactly what happened to Team Malaysia earlier, but instead of the assassin support, the Zorn, it actually was Rumpel who they traded out for 4 members. But again, what's good about this for Team Singapore is Malaysia cannot convert as well as they should have. Singapore, they took Lord. They pushed in all the way to top, and I think they tried to put at equilibrium the minions in the lanes, and the waves are pushing into their advantage, at least for bottom. So I think Singapore still here has a good chance, but they need to watch out for top. Top is going to be an interesting situation for Singapore, despite them being in the lead.
Yep, actually for Team Singapore, I guess the pressure is on the Natalia side because he needs to, as much as possible, assassinate a certain hero of coming in from Team Malaysia. Although we can see here for this game, he is at 652. So if you are a Natalia, as much as possible, you need to gank a certain hero for you to be able to give space to your team to get the objective and so on and so forth for this game. Anyways, it's gonna be 21-15 onto this match. For Team Singapore, they really need a good initiation play again coming in from KZP with this Atlas. We saw that earlier, and if they want to win this game, they need to do it another time.
Yep. A lot of this is, again, right now on sync. Well, if they're not in big team fights, it's on sync. He has to know where the enemies are, and he has to assassinate the softies like Ozoroveki and Zorn. But yeah, you're right. When it does come down to the big 5v5, 4v5s, it's on KZP. If KZP cannot do KZP things and do 3 or 4 man fatal links, then it's gonna be tough for Team Singapore.
Yep, it's gonna be really difficult here for Team Singapore onto the game. We can see actually Team Malaysia on the upper hand in terms of the map control. So I guess for Team Singapore, they need to be mindful of the bushes, or else they will be on a different situation. But again, just like what we've said earlier, Sync should be kind of what do they say, on the safety side of the team. Although we can see here Team Malaysia taking down this Natal, which is supposedly for the map vision or information here for Team Singapore. And here goes the Lord. We have Team Malaysia actually starting that objective against Team Singapore, and this show very difficult for this Team Singapore to defend the Lord or actually contest the Lord with having the Cho trying to go for a split push and the Abyssal Arrow. It's really difficult for Team Singapore if there is the Abyssal Arrow coming in from Team Malaysia.
Yep, they always have to watch out for it. I think what Team Malaysia has good going for them here is their engages they can come from anywhere. They can come from out of nowhere and like at a range that Team Singapore doesn't even know, right? Everything that Team Singapore does has to be a counter punch. It all has to either be from a death bush via ejector or via a fatal links, or via sync saying, hey, they're over here. We can try to, rotate out of them, get them with the wraparound. But look at this now. This is Zorn just waiting to throw the arrow, looking for that perfect moment. Let's see, how can KZP respond? There's so many minions. It's hard for him to just dive through all of that.
Yeah, and actually we have Sync here on the side lanes. I guess he's ready to go for a gank here or assassinate a player coming in from Team Malaysia. Although the Lord here is onto the middle lane of Team Singapore. We have the Malefic Roar being built here by Fix of this for his Leng. Although Zinc is on a 1v1 onto the top lane. Rumpe getting a kill on his Kufra, guys. Lord is defended on this one, although Team Singapore has no inhibitor turret against Team Malaysia. Oh my god, what a way of the dragon, killing in LY4 onto this game, and I guess this is it for this one. Team Malaysia winning against Singapore.
My God. We saw a few times in the game that he used his BMI and his Purify properly, but whenever it mattered, whenever he actually died because it was clutch time, that's really when Team Malaysia was able to just put it in there. So I think we owe our audience here a little bit of an explanation. We did say it was Resurgence or Team Singapore that was ahead here, and we did say they were going to take game one, but lo and behold, Malaysia clutches out the win here. Rob, what do you think? What happened there?
Yes, well, I definitely think that Sorn on the Selena did a lot, but I was actually seeing it on the mid game going to the late game. Somehow, Team Singapore, from LY4, and somehow even Sync, Natalia, and as well Jason on the Valir they almost had it when they're actually pushing on top. It just so happened there's left and right, pick-offs coming from Zorn and even from Ozoraveki is really astonishing on this game. I was very skeptical on the first time I saw a side lane Lunox, but on the early stages of the game, he adds a lot of spice in terms of team fights. They could be able to pull off anything and somehow remove mostly of the tempo during the mid game for the side of Team Singapore. Now, probably I'm thinking of something that the Claude somehow didn't matter so much. It's because Fix or the Ling is actually much a better choice compared to a Claude. What do you think, Chantel?
Actually, for that one, yes. So one big of a factor is that Claude wasn't able to do what he's supposed to do. Same goes with the Natalia. If you are a Natalia, knowing that you have the execute spell, you need to, as much as possible, get all the squishy heroes for this other team to be limp in terms of the information during a team fight. It was the other way around, actually. We could see the Cho killing a Natalia for the duration of the game. So that's a big factor. And yep, the Claude versus the Ling. We said earlier during the draft that it was a funnel versus a funnel strategy. It was very evident for Team Malaysia that the funneling was more effective in terms of their rotation.
Yes, I totally agree. Yes, but Leo, probably I would like to ask you, since you were, I believe you casted Team Malaysia yesterday, and we've seen that Soren is the one who's using the Ling, and I believe and Lancelot perhaps. So mostly assassin, then he switched towards to Selena, which is somehow a support, which is definitely something that we most of the time see. That Soren is one of the formidable tank for Malaysia on the Geek Fam itself. So what do you think? What do you think about the switch and giving Fix the limelight for this game?
I've seen this lineup before. I've seen Zorn pick up a support hero, but this game here reminded me of exactly how good Fix could really be. I mean, there were so many... Actually, there was literally one moment where Fix stumbled on the Ling, right? He had only one death. And that being said, this lineup on Geek Fam, it's so diverse, it's so dynamic, and I think my analysis from earlier, prior to this matchup, is true. That if it comes down to the draft, Geek Fam or Team Malaysia here, they might be lacking, meaning they might stick to a little bit more of what they know, hence the Ling, hence the Selena, but that aside, I think when it comes down to mechanics and the way that they play with each other, the way that they play the map, it's almost undeniably flawless. And again, here in this matchup, they got a little sloppy. Sure, there was that 4-man Fatal Links from KZP, but nonetheless, they got the win, and they're off to a great start.
Yes, that 4-man failings looks really amazing, and somehow Team Malaysia is just like Team Vietnam, haven't lost a single match here on the Group A. We're actually seeing a good fight in terms of if in case the Team Malaysia could be able to close this one, because if I'm not mistaken, our first series yesterday, it was Vietnam versus Singapore, closing for a 2-0. If Team Malaysia could be able to somehow do the same, then we have two teams on top that doesn't have any loss. And if they go through it, maybe if I ask you a quick question, Leo, Team Vietnam, Team Malaysia, who do you think would somehow take it? Was it going to be a 1-1? Or there is a slight stronger team in the name of Malaysia, or probably on Vietnam?
Well, now that we saw game one, right? I asked the same question to Chantel. I don't know what she thought then before the matchup, but yeah, I think I'll say Malaysia could walk away with the 2-0 here. Chantel, what are your thoughts now?
Yes.
I guess it's gonna be Malaysia for this one based on their performance. We were talking about earlier that we want, or actually we're more inclining on the lineup of Singapore. But then for the performance per se, it's gonna be Malaysia.
Yeah.
So Malaysia,
No doubt.
very
Yes.
dominating, especially on that game number one.
Yes, but we will have to see which of these two teams will be going up for this second match, because I think the draft is on the way. Leo and Chantel, the floor is yours.
All right. We were going to see the conclusion here of game number 2 very soon as we progress into the draft. Chantel, what are you expecting? Bans, picks?
Actually, for this both teams, there is a window of opportunity. We saw that earlier to be have these heroes, Ling and Claude, to be opened in the draft pick. So I guess for Team Singapore, if they are to give a certain hyper carry hero for the team, they need to be sure that they could negate that hero, because on game number 1, yes, we have the Valier for the counter initiation play for the Kufra and the Ling, although the execution, I guess, is kind of sloppy for Team Singapore. So if they are to open, the gist is if they are to open a certain heroes that is meant to be going ballistic on the latter or even early part of the game, they need to be sure that they are able to negate that.
Yeah, definitely. But again, here's another thought, just possibly as you guys try to digest here our current standings. Not sure if this has been updated for the first matchup from today. Chantel, possibly maybe if they leave open the Ling or the Claude, maybe the Kaja comes into play. Maybe people should, or our teams here, Malaysia and Singapore, maybe they should really put some stock into Kaja, right? Like literally prioritize the Kaja. So if not picked up, maybe banned.
Is banning.
Yep, actually, and even the PNK for this match. And actually, for Team Singapore, they will be consistent on banning out this Esmeralda against Team Malaysia. Although for Malaysia, I guess they are on the edge, or it's advantages on their part, knowing that they have the 2 picks here against Singapore. For me, in my opinion, if you have the 2 picks, you could earlier negate or dictate the drafting here for this match. Although for Malaysia, it's going to be the Selena for their ban. We saw earlier for Malaysia that Selena pick was really effective for them. Singapore was really a little bit hard for them to have the map control with the Selena pick. So it's actually good ban for Malaysia.
Your team.
Yeah, interestingly enough, like we don't want this strategy for you guys to use, so we'll ban it out. Now Singapore, no respect ban. So again, the thought process here is possibly Kaja. We see possibly Kaja as the Natalia gets banned out. Malaysia, should they ban out the Atlas? I think it's safe. I think they should.
Yeah, actually.
Unless they want to play it. Can Rumple play Atlas? I think so.
Okay, it's gonna be Uranus here for Team Malaysia. Maybe because Esmeralda was banned. We know Esmeralda is a good counter pick for this Uranus. If you open up the Uranus, you're just telling the team that go pick the Uranus, regardless if we have the counter for it or and so forth. Anyway, for Team Singapore, it's gonna be a PNK or a Poplin Koopa for the first pick. We've talked about it from the previous games or even the first series that it is a very, very effective hero for the support and even damage on the latter part of the game. Although Louis is open here for this game together with Ling, so there is gonna be a bit of a problem, I guess, for Singapore here because Louis is really the hero to be talked on this tournament. Yep.
Yeah, the talk of the town, the hot topic, the life of the party, if you will. But Chantel, right here, right now, if Singapore does not pick up the Kaja, then that's it. I think we're gonna say goodbye to Kaja. We might not as well have seen him ever because Malaysia is damn well sure not gonna pick up the Kaja. There it is. That's the right thing to do. You pick the Kaja so that when you see the portal from the Luo Yi, you stop it. All right. So Malaysia, why can they not pick Kaja? Because of the Popolin Koopa. You don't want to use the pull on the dog. It's. I mean, it makes sense. It's a leash. But
Yeah,
no,
well,
don't do that. All right. So now this makes sense for Singapore. I'm liking it again. If there's something we can say about Team Resurgence or Singapore, is that they have a solid draft. So possibly the first pick Popolin Koopa was a better choice, and now we see Malaysia considering the Kufra. Chantel, second round of banning, what you think is gonna go out?
I guess for Malaysia, they need to ban out a certain hero which is good for the offlane. Maybe the Jawhead or even the Thams, just like on game number 1. For this one, or maybe even a hard tank for against the Team Singapore.
There it is.
Atlas, yes, the hard
it.
tank. And we saw that earlier, KZP on this Atlas. A very hard of a tank to counter out if you are Malaysia, and if it's KZP using it for Singapore.
I love it. Chantel, here you really see it's evident that these teams know each other so well, right? They're just getting rid of the Atlas from KZP, and Singapore banning out Ozoroveki's Lunox. Just get out of here. Don't do it, all right? Just don't. And now, second phase of picking Malaysia. Ball is in their court. What are they lacking? They need the side laners. There's the Tams. Unlike the Malaysia's lineup so far. What's Singapore's choice? Can they go Kaja Jawhead? Kajawhead? Would that be too much?
That's okay if they will go for the fast rotation. But for the late game, it's kind of skeptical for Team Singapore to go for that. But yep, Jawhead is a good factor here for Team Singapore because they have the link for this lineup. If the squad spikes up in terms of power on the early part of the game, they could easily go for the ejector even if it's a Kufra. So the initiation play for the Kufra is actually negated by this Jawhead if ever. Although Sylvana is not I mean for me it's not an option actually if you have this kind of lineup per se for Singapore.
Okay, there you go. I was like, why would you Akai in this situation? This is much better. The Cho side lane, man, Arts did such a great job in game 1. Just do it again, all right? Just lock it in, do it again. And I agree with you, Chantel. Sylvana, I don't feel like she's there just yet. For Sylvana to really succeed, the meta has to devolve into a meta wherein there's so many marksmen. Because her ultimate, oh my god, just pinned someone down. And in this kind of matchup, I think it's fine if you get pinned down by Sylvana, you just fight back. Especially with how many fighters there are, how many side laners there are. I don't think it's the time for Sylvana to shine just yet. But again, we could be wrong. LY4 does get his signature hero. He does get the Claude. And if I may say so, Resurgence doing great Resurgence things on the draft, except for that Sylvana. Chantel, how do you feel here? Who is favored in game number 2?
For this one, I go for GeekFab or Team Malaysia actually because of the same thought as yours. It's because of the Sylvana pick. Yesterday, there was also a Sylvana pick for a certain team. It's not really advisable if you don't have a real tank or a hard tank in your lineup. So I guess for this one, Sylvan is a really no-no.
Yep. I mean, it started out great, right? Popolin Koopa, yes. Claude, yes. Kaja, yes. Jawhead, yes. Sylvana, oh, what? So I totally agree with you, and I think it's because of that. I agree. It's going to be a 2-0 here. I believe Malaysia will get this, but just the same, their lineup is so safe. Their lineup is almost, you can almost see it, read it from a mile away. But nonetheless, we still have to see this game unfold. It's Team Malaysia versus Singapore. If I may say so, by the way, the Luo Yi also is a little bit of a question mark. Maybe less than the Sylvana, but I still don't think it's 100%. Like, she's still growing, she's still developing.
Yep, and actually for Team Singapore, we could see on their lineup, they are heavily depending on the physical damage here. Same goes with the Malaysia though. Although for a Kaja pick, I guess for Team Singapore, they need to be mindful of those heroes that they need to get for them to be able to pull off this Kaja pick, because we could see the Kaja on the top lane. Most probably an offlane here for Team Singapore. And speaking of which, for Team Malaysia, they are very aggressive on the top lane because there is going to be the first blood here for Ozoroveki of Team Malaysia.
Oh, it's Ozoroveki on the Luo Yi. I didn't notice. All right, cool. So his Lunox got banned out, so this is what you get. Oh, the vacuum! Oh, that's what Mangino was talking about earlier. You see that, Chantel?
Yep, that is the vacuum we are talking about. The damage is there, the crowd control is there for this Louis of Team Malaysia, and there goes another aggressiveness coming in from Team Malaysia onto this game, but there is the flicker out. So a nice flicker there for Team Singapore, but we could already see the damage considering that Ling is not part of that initiation play coming in from Team Malaysia.
Yeah. Oh, I just noticed, by the way, doing great is Malaysia here earlier on. Not able to capitalize, though, so much, especially after that first blood on Jason. It's actually now Arts on the Tams and Zorn on the Cho. So, man, oh, nice collapse on to the top lane here. Down goes Sana. Is there anything that Zorn can't play? He's just all over the map now. He's just every single role.
Yep, is actually the perfect epitome of being a versatile player for Team Malaysia now. Any role, any hero could be played. So far for Team Singapore, though, they are behind in terms of gold, so they need to be kind of wary on how to catch up here against Team Malaysia. Again, the damage for Louis is a very massive or disastrous for Team Singapore onto this game. For Team Malaysia, it's a good performance coming in from them. They have Fix again on the Sling. They also have Kufra on their lineup. Same with game number 1. But again, we have the aggressive here on the side lanes. Oh my god, it's going to be a Tempest of Blades, but a kill for Zorn of Team Malaysia.
Oh, Zorn going in once more, picking a fight with Koopa, and they go ahead for the disengage. Not much of a conversion here for Team Malaysia, but again, a kill is a kill, and it's going where it matters. Feeks gets that one. Yeah, I'm impressed because Ozoraveki here on the Luo Yi, his stock is mostly on his skills, not the ult, not the last skill. It's mostly on the vacuum and the burst. So again, such a threat here is the Luo Yi for Team Singapore. Now I gotta ask you, Chantel, as this turtle is being taken by Team Malaysia, what can Singapore do? What's their win condition now?
Actually, if the squad gets fat for this game, that's gonna be the win condition here for Team Singapore. If it's not gonna take the goal that he needs, it's really difficult for them to counter out this Team Malaysia, because so far for their lineup, it's more on the single targeting. We could see LY4 killing this Luo Yi onto this game, although out of position is KZP, although there is the flicker. Secure the kill is Arts on his Sams onto this river side of this game. So far for Team Malaysia, the backup is there, the synchronization of skills is there, so which is very good for this one. Although in terms of gold, we could see a 2.5k gold actually for Fix, not a big difference from this squad. Actually, I mean Ling, but then again, that is going to be another kill for Fix with a 202 KDA for his Ling.
Oh, now they got another target in Sana. Down goes the chicken man. Feeks gets the kill onto the Kaja. Just kill after kill. If there's something that I can say about Team Malaysia to work on, is their conversion rate. But again, they're taking it slow. They'll do what they can on the map after their kills. And now look at this. 4 caught out by the Rage. And they let go. I'm sorry, the Revenge. The Rage has not popped there. And Zorn, he pushes the turret. He goes for the fight against Jason. Flicker out. Here's Rumple to finish the job, but it's not going to be enough. Wow. To think that Zorn was able to destroy that turret in the face of 2 heroes.
And actually dealing damage against this PNK if there is the Koopa together with the Kaja. Although for Team Malaysia, have you seen earlier the damage here being brought by Luo Yi? That was just a vacuum. But the damage is there. The burst damage was there, and it is very evident on the health bars of this player here coming from Team Singapore. 3k gold. So it's not really... there's no really gap for Team Singapore's hyper carries together with Team Malaysia. It's just that in terms of rotation, we could see Malaysia continuously getting that objectives against Team Singapore. So that is one big of a problem for Team Singapore if they do not go for an engagement or a counterplay here against Team Malaysia.
I got 2 problems here, one for each side, but again, we'll talk about it after this fight. It's just waiting to happen. Sana with the pull onto Rumple. Rumple flickering out, and that is going to be a disengage. Team Malaysia here, Feeks on that killing spree. I think it's a good pickup because killing spree, whenever you go for a kill, you recover an amount of your health after the kill. And there you go, they take down Sync. They're able to be a little more sour underneath the turret. And now they're going to try to pick a fight. Oh, did he steal the buff? Yes, he did! Figs stole the buff. He didn't even need to use Retribution.
Yep, but that was a sneaky play coming in from Fix actually on his link. 402 for the KDA, so that is a bit difficult for Team Singapore to counter out that one. For Team Malaysia though, we could see first tier turret being destroyed on the top lane of Team Singapore, and the score is 7-1. Just like with what we've said earlier, it is a really nice draft here coming in from Team Malaysia. We have the Benja spell being popped by Arts, but he is down against the 5 players of Team Singapore. While that is happening, we could see the Cho actually clearing a minion wave against Team Singapore.
Yep, Zorn just doing his job quietly, man. He's just going at it, and there's no one there to make him answer for his actions. Not even Jason with his Popol and Koopa. So now we see possibly the last turtle happening at early seconds. So far, let's talk about the odd heroes, or at least the new additions to the meta that's making their showings here. Chantel, how do you feel about the Sylvana on Sync?
Actually, we don't see the Sylvana getting in action for this match. This is what I'm looking forward onto this game number 2. I guess in terms of gold, yes, the Claude and the Ling is in par for this one, although they need the Sylvana for the team fight because this is the only hero for Team Singapore who has the AOE crowd control. Unlike for this Jawhead and this Gaja only on the single targeting. So I guess for this Team Singapore to go full-fledged on the team fight, they need a Sylvana on that. But here's the engagement, guys. Turtle has been taken here by Team Malaysia. Oh my god, what a blazing do it out. But again, it's going to be a counter kill here for Team Singapore against Team Malaysia. Running out of life is this players are disengaging. For the team fight is this Team Singapore. But man, we can see here for Team Malaysia, they are down by 1 player, but the aggressiveness is still on their side.
Yep, no one can stop him. There you go, Rumple with the jump in. There you go, blasting them is Ozoraveki from behind. Rumple may have bit too much, more than he can chew, definitely, just like Zorn earlier on. But they're just smarter here. They disengage. They have to be because they lost out in the turtle pit. I mean, sure, Feeks got the turtle, but they lost Zorn in the process. And LY4 able to get away just barely. 2-0-1 is his record, and so far, I think it's in this game, Chantel, that we can rely on their winning image from game 1. Extend the game, make it last until LY4 is just online, ready to go, able to delete people.
Yep, actually with a slight of a bit of an item check here, we could see actually this Claude is on top of gold against this Ling of Team Malaysia. So just like what I've said earlier, they only need Sync for this, I guess, 4 mana, 3 mana ultimate confirm is Sylvana, and that's a really good play for Team Singapore. All they need to do is actually put up an initiation play for this Claude, because the Claude is more on the AOE damage here for Team Singapore. Although again, here's gonna be another team fight. Immortality has been fought by for KZP, and he's gonna be killed by Team Malaysia. Although the fight is not over, Team Malaysia getting the turret against Team Singapore. We have the necklace of Durans for also Rebecca on his Luo Yi.
Yep, and that's all they wanted. They were just making the fight last long enough before it went sour for them to take that bottom lane turret, and I'll take that as a win for Malaysia. But just the same, a win for Singapore as well, because again, LY4 did not die. So every moment that 4 is alive and they are not losing, this is going to be a win. Now the pull out to Ozoraveki, deleting him off the map. Jason taken down. LY4 gonna follow through. Feeks gets the kill. Up next is going to be Feeks. Oh, down goes Feeks. They're trading left and right. Sync gets the kill. It's a 3-for-2 currently. Sana and Sync left here on the map. SNS. Don't mess with us. Rumple barely alive. Bouncing ball just with enough damage reduction to survive underneath the turret. Now Sync chased in by Zorn, but Zorn cannot put in the finishing touch. Sana chasing him with the Ring of Order. There's the flicker, and that's going to be a disengage by both teams. Very messy, but all for that mid lane turret before the base.
You can see the discipline here actually coming in from Team Malaysia, because they have the option to kill Sync, but they went for the turret push for that middle lane turret against Team Singapore. So that is one thing to be considered for Team Singapore. They need to protect as much as possible the Claude, because at the time when the Claude was being picked up, there is no support here around to protect that one, and we have Rumpel. We have to commend Rumpel on that nice Tyrant's Rage actually to get that Claude with the first death actually out of this game. We have the first Lord for this one being started here by Team Malaysia against Team Singapore. Maybe it's gonna be a bait, or they're waiting for the Lord Enhanced on the 12-minute mark. This game. For Team Singapore though, they are really behind in terms of objective. We could see Team Malaysia's turrets here not be actually flawless for this game number 2. And here comes the engagement coming in from Team Singapore. We have Vengeance Spell coming in from this Tams, and a kill 4 picks onto his lane. Another one is down. KCP is down. And just like what I've said earlier, this is the Lord Enhanced. Possibly for Team Malaysia, or surely for Team Malaysia, they will get this objective.
Oh, that pick off on Sana and KZP was the beginning of the end. Look at Zorn up top. He's just pushing the lane in, and for them to take that 2 for none kill, he didn't even need to be there. Now in comes the backup. Ozoraveki here to help his brother out, and Zorn here, very much not afraid. He has so many ways to escape, even from a Popolin Koopa. And Arts putting in the finishing touch on the Lord. I believe it's going to be marching down mid, if I'm not mistaken. There's the Tempest of Blades by Feeks. KZP flickering out, but 4 gets the kill onto Rumpel. So that's -1 for Team Malaysia.
Actually, that's a good pick-up play coming in from Team Singapore, knowing that Team Malaysia went for the team fight. Although for Team Malaysia, there is the Lord onto the middle lane of Team Singapore. We can see right now for Team Singapore, the damage is there. Although, yet for the crowd control, they are a bit low on that factor for this one. Lord on the middle lane. Oh my god, fits on the Tempest of Blades. KZP on that Immortality, and Lord has been defended here. Although the vacuum of this Lu Yi is really a damage here for Team Malaysia.
Now, let's see. A little bit of silver lining for Singapore. They are not penetrated just yet, and I believe that they made easy work of that Lord. So they're still in this. For sure, they're still in this.
Yep, they're really still on this. Anyway, for the squad, it's gonna be the Queen Swings for his item. So it's really gonna be long game for Team Singapore if they really want to win this game. We saw earlier that Rumpel went in for the dive, but there's the counter initiation play coming in from Team Singapore. So all they need to do is to counter everything that comes from Team Malaysia to win this fight. We have LY4 getting his buff, or orange buff, for this one, and the score is 6-13. For Team Malaysia, they need to pick off at least one hero for them to dive in, because the majority of their heroes is more on the melee type. So they can't really go for tower lock for this one. But here comes the Daisy Duet coming in from LY4. Although Sword is still alive, Rumpel on the sidelines though. We have one man down for the both teams. Arts is on the front line for Team Malaysia.
Hey, check out Rumpel's record. It's 0-1-11, but he fell there. I think we'll take that, especially for a trade for their core on the other side. That's 4 now. Look at this. Feeks jumping in. That was a good team fight for Malaysia to take. I think they won that one out, but nonetheless, Singapore here, they need to hold on. They should not leave their base. I think it's not time just yet. Now Sync getting in the damage, still looking for that moment for him. Now Arts goes in underneath. There is no Contra Inferno to pop. Sync goes down. He does get his ult in, and there you go, tossing Arts underneath the turret. Down goes KZP, popping the Immortality. He should get out of here. Arts as well hopping out. They do get the turret penetrated in mid. Team Malaysia can breathe for a little here and start pushing elsewhere.
Yep, actually for Team Malaysia though, they need to be kind of mindful here for the damage being brought by Team Singapore, because we could really see the criticals coming in from this Claude or LY4, specifically on the placing do it earlier against Sorn and Pix. Although he was killed, but imagine if there was no backup coming in from Team Malaysia. It was literally gonna be a disastrous gameplay or a play for Team Malaysia on that one. And speaking of which, good thing for Team Malaysia, they destroyed an inhibitor third ear against Team Singapore. Although we have two players wearing or building that necklace of Durance to counter out Arts, which is one of the frontliners here for Team Malaysia.
Lord resurrecting soon.
Now, this is smart for Singapore. They should all stick together. But in all honesty, I think their kind of lineup is the one that should be skirmishing. They should be going for the 2v2s, 2v3s, even those solo ganks. But it's tough. I mean, especially if you're on the defensive, this is the best idea here, is to stay with each other. Now, they catch out Arts, does not go for the full combo. He goes for the bite. And again, all this is smoke and mirrors, distracting them from the true threat that is the Lord that they're taking. And I think they still have it. Fix is gonna jump in. KZP threatening it.
Oh my god! Here comes Ejector plus the Unstoppable Force. Although we could see Sana being taken down here by Soren onto his Cho. Under the one Sync getting a kill, but here comes another team fight coming on for this. Both teams Sync on that ultimate up. LY4 on the back lane. Steps of Blades coming in from Fix. Jason is almost out of life, but LY4, oh my god, Kitty fails on that series of events. Another shutdown, guys. And Arts is the last man standing for Team Malaysia, and a wipeout actually for Team Singapore. Oh
that
my.
was so messy. Team Singapore played that so well. They kited everyone left on Team Malaysia's side. And I think it was such a great decision to take down Ozoroveki first. When I saw Ozoroveki die, I was thinking, oh no, that's literally maybe only second to the worst target for Malaysia to have gone down first, maybe after Fix. But nonetheless, because of that, Singapore is able to clutch a Lord right here. It's a luminous Lord, and it's going to be marching down. Actually, it's a crapshoot. It could go anywhere because they haven't pushed any lanes.
Yep. And actually for this one, for Team Malaysia, that's what we are mentioning earlier, is that they are more on the skill-dependent kind of heroes. They have Laling and even Kufra onto this game. If they don't easily get, or they don't take down the squad as early as possible, whenever there is a team fight, it will be really difficult for them because there is a free hit for the squad. And we saw that earlier on, that beautiful wipeout coming in from Team Singapore. We could see middle lane, a first turret here down for Team Singapore, and possible another turret on the top lane and even the bottom lane here of Team Malaysia.
Wow, conversion rate through the roof. A wipeout resulting in what? Countless number of turrets, possibly another kill here onto Ozoroveki. Pops the Winter Truncheon, has the immortality, gonna use that up to Rumple, using his ult on nothing. I saw that. Now down goes the Luo Yi. Arts is gonna follow up, but he's gonna get the hell out of dodge. Down goes another. It's Feeks, ladies and gentlemen, and they're trading out for Sana, but that's just one in favor of a two here. Team Singapore, they're feeling it. Victory is just a few inches away, and they get it. Team Singapore evens it out with Malaysia 1-1 in this series. We are once more wrong, Chantel, but I am glad to say so because that was an awesome match.
Yeah, actually, that was really turnout of events for Team Singapore for that one. LY4 taking it slowly but surely on the Claude. We saw in the early part of the game, he was a bit behind in terms of the team fight. Actually, in terms of everything with the objective per se for this one. But we could see here for Team Singapore that they really gave space for the Claude, for him to farm. There are moments wherein on the duration of the game, he was really on the top in terms of gold. But then again, for Team Malaysia, that's just like what we said earlier, it's all about the objective. If you have a Claude for your enemy team, as much as possible, you want to end the game early because it's a Claude you're facing.
Yep. LY4 here, undeniably winning it for his squad. Possibly a second choice for MVP would be Sana. I really like what Sana brought to the table here. But let's ask what Rob thinks. Rob, who would you give the MVP here for in game number 2?
I would definitely give it to somehow. I'll give it to the Sylvanas just because everyone is very skeptical, even me, including me. I'm really skeptical toward the Sylvana pick. I mean, on the early stages of the game, it's like around 12, almost 12 minutes, and they haven't even. They only get their first turret after that awesome team fight on the Lord Pit. And well, giving the MVP probably as if in case is this gonna be of course LY4. But why do I want to pick Sylvana or at least Sync? Is because it somehow made sense during the late game. Why? Is that the only one who has Purify on the side of the Malaysia is Ozo Raveki. And he's the one who died first during the team fight. And it's like they're getting a hard time going in. It's because the ult coming from Sync and as well the Claude, of course, LY4, BMI in, BMI out, killing everyone for the side of the Team Malaysia. But yeah, what a very, very awesome fight. And well, props at least to Team Malaysia. They did everything flawlessly up until the Lord fight.
Yep.
And that was it for actually Malaysia and Singapore. Just like what we've said earlier, they are really familiar with the team's gameplay, each other's gameplay. So it was really evident for game 1 and game 2. It was actually a nice game for both of the teams. We have all the viewers here really commenting their perspective on that game.
Yes, well, to be honest, these two teams, I think we should really want to, if you win watching, this is gonna be a best of 3 easy. For me, I want to see a game 3 on this both of this team. Definitely, it's like we want to have like a close. If I may ask, what do you think, Leo, about the build of Arts? I'm really looking on the way he built his stamps. He has like the curse helmet going. Everything is tanky. So aside from Rumpel, that's right, the one who uses the Kufra is one of the most tanky part of the Team Malaysia, and that's the reason why both of the supports like Sana and as well I think the Jawhead is having a hard time going on the backlane. Yes, it's because of the Thanos. What do you think about the build?
I like it. I think there's a room for a tanky Tams in this meta, because what we expect from Tams usually is essentially a little bit more fighter items, right? Because you're going to use his kit to essentially turn him tanky. But if you're building tanky items on him, then it just gets so much harder to kill him because he also has that spell vamp going. So I think that's something I might try in my own games. But yeah. Good on Arts for doing that. And we know Arts for that kind of play, right? Especially when he plays the Uranus and the Esmeralda, is just the man who refuses to die. That's who Arts is.
Yeah, I really like the way you say it, the man who refuses to die. But, well, we will be seeing more of Arts and the rest of Team Malaysia because they will be the one to fight against Team Brunei right after a short break. Do you have anything else to say, Chantel, before we head on to our break?
I'm really excited for our series number 3 for today. So that's it. This is the Razer SEA-Invitational.
Leo?
I'm good. I just had so much fun, Chantel, Rob. Thank you guys for having me today.
Yes, of course. Thank you. And of course, to everyone who's watching, thank you very much. But don't go away because we still have one more series. Again, that's going to be Team Brunei versus Team Malaysia. Don't go away.
Samsung Galaxy A unlocked.
Gaming with this phone means you don't have to wait. so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon.
This godly power.
What is this?
Yu Zhang has combined the reverse scale and the primordial spirit. He cannot leave here.
The Black Dragon has returned. No one, nothing, can stop me now.
Let's take him from the side! Now!
Death to all who oppose me.
No!
So this is what I'm truly capable of.
Wake up! Yu Zhang! How is this possible?
You are getting rusty, brother.
No! How did it end up like this? No!
Welcome to reality, girl. Where the strongest rules them all.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Grovel before your king, human.
Killing spree! Double kill! Triple kill! Launch a legendary! Maniac! Unstoppable! Legendary! Savage!
This isn't about fame, fortune, or following. This is a calling. This is desire. This is obsession. This is what it takes to win. The search for more speed, focus, control. This is more than a game. This is esports.
Sumahod ba ako? Sahod today.
Yes, and welcome back to the Razer SEA-Invitational 2020 for our final series of the day. That's going to be Team Malaysia versus Team Brunei. But I would like to remind you that this broadcast of the Razer SEA-Invitational is brought to you by Razer. Hashtag this is Esports together with Tier 1 Entertainment and Samsung. And guys, as the teams are getting ready for their match, we will be having a very few commercials and a very short break. And yes, don't go away. We will be seeing you on our final series.
Samsung Galaxy A unlocked.
Gaming with this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon.
To save the world from suffering, the Guardian Dragons harnessed their powers once more. Sensing the dragon's resurgence, the powerful Kraken hastened his plan to destroy the world. Inspired by the fiery dragon warrior, many fine and noble warriors entered the dragon trials. Among them, a warrior from an ancient elven realm made his way to the dragon sanctuary, where the final trial of wisdom awaited.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Over with. I'm starting to get bored.
Mega kill!
I am only a shadow.
Monster kill! An enemy has been slain!
Name in the holy light.
An enemy has been slain!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This isn't about fame, fortune, or following. This is a calling. This is desire. This is obsession. This is what it takes to win. The search for more speed, focus, control. This is more than a game. This is esports.
Welcome back to the Razer SEA-Invitational 2020. We're already on our final series of the day in between Team Malaysia versus Team Brunei. And we would like to remind you that this broadcast of the Razer SEA-Invitational is brought to you by Razer. Hashtag this is Esports together with Tier 1 Entertainment and Samsung. And as the teams were really getting ready, we would like to let you know that we do have a $500 worth of Razer Gold pins to our lucky fans throughout the event. Be sure to click the contest link in the chat to enter. But as we are about to wait both of the teams from Malaysia and Brunei, let's have here our casters to talk about the games that are about to happen. Wolf and Manjin, are you there?
Absolutely here. Rob Luna, thank you so much. And here we are, of course. The connection, as you saw in a previous cast. Why am I so zoomed in? It's like, by the way, we're twinning. And we didn't
we're twinning. We're twinning. Yes.
Twinning.
Yes.
I like the blue.
Good evening. Good evening. It's all about the Blues Clues.
Blues. So maybe I'll give you a quick recap of what actually happened earlier. Is that Team Malaysia did play against Team Singapore, which is somehow both of these teams did play for their respective MPL. On the finals itself, just like Chantel did, somehow Team Singapore did manage to win, or the other way around. But earlier, it was Team Malaysia were about to win. Actually, they have everything up until the last Lord fight, and suddenly an epic comeback coming from Team Singapore. Well, have you actually watched the game?
Yeah, I was able to watch it, and unfortunately, I went again for a cup of coffee when that happened. So I missed that clash, unfortunately for me.
All right. Well, to give you a quick one on the clash itself is that I think that was LY4 from the Team Singapore did a lot and carried the weight that have on the team. But the something on their lineup that surprised us, or at least Leo and Chantel, is that what do you think about the tank Sylvana, Manjin?
You know what, Sylvana, it is a good hero in terms of initiating team fight. So I think with that mechanic, the tank Sylvana, it makes sense. But I'm not in favor of it because again, you lack the damage. So if ever you pick a tank Sylvana, you need to make sure that you have cores that can give in a lot of burst damage for her setup, right?
Yes, right. But I think, guys, I'm already hearing the draft is already on its way. Again, guys, this is going to be Team Brunei versus Team Malaysia. Manjin Wolf, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much again, Rob Luna, of course. One of our idols from the Philippines, the longest running hosts in professional play for Mobile Legends. But here we are, Brunei versus Malaysia. Manjin, Team Brunei was quite thumped yesterday when I was able to watch them. Malaysia, on the other hand, they were dominant, to say the least. So is this going to be a repeat? I hope not. I hope that we get to see Team Brunei wake up all of a sudden from yesterday, maybe change up their play a little bit this time, and I think they needed some adjustments when it comes to the draft. But overall, I think Team Brunei needs to improve every bit of Mobile Legends action that they have. They need to improve their draft, their skills. What do you think about these teams, man?
Well, you know what, Wolf? Team Brunei, they did something earlier with their miracle game and game number 2 against Team Thailand. That was a draw. So at least they had a little bit of a breather in coming to this tournament. Again, in the round robin, you don't really want to lose one game, right? You just want to win every game. And shout outs to Team Vietnam because they're the ones who are in the top of our bracket. But again, it's another important game for Team Malaysia and Team Brunei. Again, Team Malaysia, they came up short against Team Singapore earlier. It is another draw for them. So this is their game for the taking. Both of these teams, this is their game for the taking. Of course, they want that point in order for them to know what is their stand in the group brackets.
Yeah, we have only about 4 series left, including this one. So they're overall, we are already at the midterm, at least, of the group stage. So we kind of know each. Generally speaking, we kind of know where we are going to. But here we are. We can see now that when it comes to the draft, it's going to be the Uranus coming out from Team Brunei. Quickly answered by an Esmeralda. We know that there is traditionally we pick up the Esmeralda to kind of answer the Uranus. We'll see if this will be effective. And now Lu Yi, I think the hero of the week, I'd say. And most really want to have Popol and Koopa, the answer Team Brunei. Do you like this at all? This Uranus and Popol and Koopa with the Atlas looks strong to me, but how about you?
I think this is their best composition. They've used this on game number 2. What I like about the Atlas and Popol and Koopa, it gives a lot of control, not just stunts but slows towards the enemies. Plus, it adds units, right? Because Popol and Koopa, you have a dog on with Popol, and with the Atlas, you have the squid. We still don't know what's the name of the squid. Well, wait. By the way, the squid is the main character.
Yes,
and
he's Atlas.
And, the robot is the pet. So
I think it's just an armor with a little bit of spirit. I think.
He's like Krang from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? The model of Atlas. Well, by the way, what I'm saying is that with the Atlas and Popol and Koopa, it adds unit to your team. So instead of a 5-on-5, it's going to be a 7-on-5 coming into the late game, and that's what I like about it. So with this, you need AOE damage, so it's now present for the side of Team Malaysia. You have the Lancelot, and of course the Cupra. This is brand new Cupra, right? in the draft. But what I like about Team Malaysia is they're now using the Lu Yi, and man, one thing to take note from the Lu Yi besides the global presence is that it's early game aggressiveness, because there's this mechanic in the first skill of Lu Yi. It's a dispersion. It has 4 stacks, and some of the pro players, what they do sometimes is they don't immediately pick it up. But for some, shoutouts to Oh My Venus, he told me that you need to pick it up early so that for you to get the damage going in the early game. And besides that, you have this vacuum mechanic. So let's see what kind of outplay from Team Malaysia are we gonna see for later. But yes, Wolf, here we go. The draft is now over.
It is. There's a Roger pick here, Gene. Something that we are quite unfamiliar when it comes to the Philippine meta, but we are talking about Southeast Asian meta, and I see this many times through Malaysia, through Indonesia, and now Brunei is gonna pick it up. It makes a lot of sense against those burst type of heroes, because the thing with Roger is that it's kind of a bruiser. I think it's great versus something like a Kimi who cannot duel against who will choose not to duel, wants to go for free hits. A little bit with Lancelot, because there's a chance for you to kind of duel against the Lancelot, but it's not like the Roger wins against the Lancelot or the Lancelot wins against Roger. It's more like the Roger at least has some duel potential against this Lancelot, though at least that makes sense to me. What I am scared about this is that the combo with the Esmeralda plus the Lu Yi means that this Lancelot will have a good time when it comes to those team fights that are based on peeling your opponent. So that is of high potential, to say the least. But I think that more than anything else, this is a draft that is not favored to anyone heavily, that there could be a chance for somebody or a team to win it just by raw play.
Definitely, Wolf. And then again, I think it's really all about who controls the early game and how will they transition it to the mid game, right? Because in the late game, in Mobile Legends, after the 9-minute mark, after 10-minute mark, it's just who owns the mechanical prowess. But yeah, right now we're seeing a 1-3-1, and there you go. That is the squid coming out from the robot. Domnity, Bow, and Hagility is now funneling the Roger for the side of Team Brunei. Meanwhile, for Team Malaysia, it is of course the Lancelot ban, and both of them are just clearing the waves in the mid lane. Ooh.
You can see now, Hagility from Team Brunei is their funnel receiver, but for Team Malaysia, it's Fee. Yeah, also Raveki is gonna be playing the Lunox from the side lanes. I think they really like this Lunox in the side lanes for Team Malaysia, and they have it like a stay in, like a resident mage in that lane. Normally, they don't use the Lunox traditionally like we do, where the Lunox will just team fight once he gets level 4. But how Team Malaysia plays it, it stays in lane. While this is happening, there is gonna be a kill onto the Atlas. It was from Rumble or Kufra as they tried to go for the invade. I'm not sure if they were able to get it though. No,
it's
they
a good
didn't.
thing. Yeah, because it's a good thing that Hagility got that purple buff going. But that is the rotation ring coming in from Zorn here. Zorn just zoning out Team Brunei in the mid lane. But yeah, man, I think the Lunox pick right now is it's understandable in the side lane. You know what? We've been seeing a lot of mage heroes who is now being played as a offlaner, right? Because we saw the Gushon from the Filipino qualifier, the Esmeralda, right now, and now the Lunox is. And what you're gonna do with it is you just need to reserve your Order of Brilliance, and you can easily spam the wave with your heals, with your AoE damage, with your first skill, and then just escape with your Order of Brilliance. So yeah, this is again something new. This is the evolution right now of the meta in Mobile Legends.
Absolutely. I can see now Team Malaysia are having a big lead now that they have amassed, specifically with the gold, and I think they're also getting a lot of XP going down there. You can see now that the Lunox is so farmed, as well as the Esmeralda and the Lancelot. And then gives the Esmeralda jump in, but Way of the Dragon going to be committed. I thought Alai will not pull through, but Arts just tanks it up. And I think in the middle, there will be a fight. They jump in with Rumpel. In comes the teleportation, I think, coming out from the Luyi. No, it's not. It's so weird.
She pump faked it. Yeah, it's a pump fake. It's a pump fake. That's what you get, of course, in playing this hero. The cooldown is not that, not that long for the diversion. And you can, like, bait out certain skills if you pump fake your ultimate. So with this, man, Team Malaysia, they're playing mind games right now with Team Brunei. And one by one, they've been getting kills all over the map. And slowly but surely, they're, like, leading in terms of controlling the tempo once again.
You can see now Arts versus Alai on the bottom lane. Nice falling Starman. There's the flicker to the right side for Alai. One is going to connect. Zorn is here, so they can cancel this recall. And they're just trying to kill him down, just poking him. Can you get away against two? Kind of dodging this.
Yes,
but it comes the rest of Team Brunei. Reinforcement have come. And Team Brunei will get that first kill for the team.
Zorn was even popping the sticker there and underestimating the backup potential of Popa and Koopa of Poe. And yes, of course, Agility. But yes, as I say this, man, Team Brunei, wow, they're slowly coming back. They're slowly getting kills as well. So yeah, 2-5, man. I think this Roger pick is quite good, like what you've said in the draft, that it is a 50-50 answer to the Lancelot. It does have his own dodge mechanic too. So we shall see how can he go up front feet, right?
Yeah.
But man, the side lane story of this game is just in the upper hand of Team Malaysia. Look at the top lane and the bottom lane.
That's right. They're just staying in lane. Now Zorn is going to be picked apart by that Atlas with the Fatal Links, as they will lose their Roger in the clash.
Yeah.
Man, that's not a good trade at all, because they lost their third on the bottom lane. Their tier 2 turret also lost top because Lunox was there. And I told you earlier, Manjin, that they will put this Lunox, just stay in lane. This is the resident mage up top.
Man, it's the resident mage who has heals. It can sustain it can sustain the lane. It can heal up her minions. That's why you can, like, pressure sa a lane and control the minion equilibrium every time this Lunox is here. So I think for Team Brunei, I think they need to solve this. I think they need to target the Lunox. But as I say this, the Lunox will go with the Order of Brilliance right here. There you go. This is the ejector. But the Tyrant's Rage. Oh my goodness. Rampe just jumping in. I don't know. I'm trying to make a pun but for his name. But yeah, 4-man Tyrant's Rage.
You can't describe it so good.
Yeah,
4-man Tyrant's Rage into all of the AoE damage from Team Malaysia. If you look at their heroes, including the Lancelot, it's all about AoE. So that's how quickly Team Brunei melted. Not even the full duration of the Tyrant's Rage was enough for Team Malaysia. Now they jumping forward. They catch 2 once again. Just the Atlas and the Roger, and they both get away. Now Team Malaysia, they're looking for more. Jump up top, but that's Uranus already out of there.
Yep. Man, the Luyi and the Kufra is just such a good combination, right? Because the passive of the Luyi, every time she marks you with the Yin Yang, you will get vacuumed up in the center of the rotation ring, and with that setup, Rumpel can just jump in, go for the 4-man knock-up, and go for the 4-man Tyrant's Rage. It's like a mini Fatal Links.
Yes.
Of the Atlas. And now Team Malaysia, they want to end this now, Wolf. I think they want to get their dinners now.
Yeah, and, they are hungry, man, Gene. I can feel it.
Yeah.
I can really feel it now.
Yeah.
Okay,
so feel it?
Mr. Wolf. But nevertheless, now bottom lane Team Malaysia is gonna go there. Arts just jumps, not gonna catch anyone. In comes the Popol and Koopa just poking at this moment, but they cannot fend off the push from Team Malaysia as Ozoravec and Rumpel are aggressive now, man. Gene, jump. Can they get more out of this? They have already lost they've already taken the turret, and it's just 8 minutes. You still have the turtle alive, the third turtle.
This is so fast, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. There's of course Fatal Links on 2-2, but the Order of Brilliance is there. Ozoravec boxing out 2 heroes while the other guys are just dying from the back, and now it's a Roger still defending their base, but that will be a monster kill coming in from Luyi. I think they're just delaying the inevitable. Team Brunei. Oh no, this is looking bad. Team Malaysia ending this game. There you have it. The cherry on top. Team Malaysia taking game number 1.
Game 1 indeed going in favor of Team Malaysia. Picking up from where they left off, the very dominant performance from their team. They also have punished Team Brunei. We thought that Team Brunei can at least back up a punch, but after the 3-0 that was started by Team Malaysia, they couldn't recover, and it was all Team Malaysia's control of the map from then on. And I really like how they did not let go of the pressure or Team Malaysia. That's how they were able to just control the game, because they were so controlling of it, right? That's how they did it. Basically, they put Team Brunei on a leash, and even when you're seeing some depths on the side of Team Malaysia after that jump from Rumpel, 4-man stun, I'm sure nobody can forget that, not even Soren himself.
Yeah, man. Speaking of forgetting, I think we're forgetting our host. Rob Luna, are you still there, man?
Yes, of course.
There
I'm
you
still
go.
here, and I've watched the entire game. It's like, for me, like Team Brunei, their lineup is kind of somehow passive. The only thing that really going on with them, to be honest, is the Popol and Koopa. But aside from that, everyone is so poor. From the Uranus up until the one on the bottom lane, that was the Cho, I think. And somehow, for the from Soren to Rumpel connection, that's the first time I see a maniac for a Luyi. Definitely a perfect, the rotation and to the duality and vacuuming everyone. That was so strong. I think the only item that Soren has in that game was only Ice Queen 1.
Yeah,
the specific
Clash. Yeah. Yeah, because it was
Wow.
so easy. But then again, you have the Lancelot, you have the... I'm not sure if the Lancelot was there, but all I'm trying to say is that there are other AoE damage sources, and that was the like Lancelot, the Lunox, as well as the Esmeralda, all of these are AoE, and then you have the Luoyi with that ultimate. Actually, I talk to a lot of professional teams, and Luoyi is it hurts a lot when you are in that circle, but it's kind of easy to get away from that. But if you're stunned up by a Tyrant's Rage, obviously you can't run away from that circle, and that's how it hurts a lot.
It hurts, man. It's the yin yang circle.
Okay.
So
Yes.
yeah.
How about I've been seeing a lot of from specifically from Team Malaysia. They've been using side lane Lunox. What do you think about this kind of draft? I mean, Ozzy was definitely amazing on the match, but it's actually working for them. It's like the Lunox makes sense in terms of like we're going back way back other MPL seasons, like the 4-1 rotation.
Yeah. Man, you know what, man? Again, I think it's about the side lanes right now. It's about heroes who can clear the waves quickly. You can clear waves and you can heal your waves, so it's a win-win.
Yes,
it's definitely a win for you. Yeah.
So here's the thing, right? I think that for to answer Rob, you kind of have the elements of having those side laners with that Lunox, but it's kind of different because it's played in the mage. Normally, side laners, you can be there as a tank or or a fighter that's mobile, as well as you have that element of clearing the waves. And obviously, Lunox can clear the waves. Lunox is mobile. She's not that tanky, but with the Brilliance ultimate, you have your escape mechanism when you are jumped. And in this meta that we have, that we prioritize the jungle, you have your solo side laners. It just means that your Lunox will have a lot of experience from that lane. So no matter what happens, you'll get to level 4. And you're not that afraid of getting jumped by your opponents because you have so much sustain and mobility. So it might not be tanky, but you kind of act the same way as Uranus, for example, or something like an Esmeralda in the side. So probably that's why they pick it up. And that's how I look at it.
Well, definitely. But I see Soren did something on the early game. He used his ult. Was that Manjin? You actually told it. Was that like an escape route for them? I mean, is it something like you said? I think the correct word you say is like a fake.
A pump fake. A pump fake.
Yeah.
You do it in basketball. I will describe it to the people like you pump and then you fake. Yeah,
all right. So that possibly that Soren did made that just to somehow confuse Team Brunei if they're gonna port out or they're gonna port in or whatever. Yeah, well, so much to say about the player. Well, definitely for Soren, who's been playing 3 roles here on the Razer SEA-Invitational.
Yes. You know what? The pump fake is just a good tool to play mind games with your opponent, right? Because you will just surprise them, you just bait them out, right? So yeah, man, I'm excited for game 2. I really want the underdogs to win this. So yeah, I'm giving my vote to Brunei. I think it's time for the draft now, man.
Yes, definitely it's time for the draft. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the final match of the day in between Team Brunei and Team Malaysia. Manjin and Wolf, take it away.
Of course. Thank you so much, Rob. The connection back in action, Manjin and Wolf, for this game number 2 of a 2-game series. Team Malaysia versus Team Brunei. Quick recap of game 1. It was Team Malaysia who won it. A very dominant performance from the start. And the cherry on top, 4-man Tyrant's Rage into a maniac for the Luoyi. Stuff of legends for sure in the Razer SEA-Invitational 2020. And look at this. They themselves banned the Luoyi.
I think this is a giveaway ban. I think right now Luoyi is not a ban-worthy type of hero yet, because again, it is still squishy, right? You can dodge out its skill shots, right? And you just want the ultimate. We're not really seeing people like use it in a way that they would wombo combo a lineup, right? But we're seeing it as people using it as a reaction tool, a response, right? A counter split
it's an answer,
teleportation.
basically.
That's how they do it. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? It makes me think that there's a lot of ways to use it, actually. Kind of makes me think that maybe it can use the offensively, defensively. And like you said, you are creative with it, with pushes. And maybe it's time we forget that this teleportation is just about team fights. It can be used in many different ways. I don't know if you're familiar from what happened yesterday, but we were so amazed to have these invulnerability frames set up for the teleportation. For example, you pop the winter truncheon. Or, while you're frozen with the winter truncheon, the Luyi will just pop the ultimate, and that's more than enough for you to get away. And the Lunox with the brilliance as well. You're invulnerable while that happens, and you are teleported away. So, nevertheless, we will not see Luyi anyways, Manjin. Instead, we go Selena this time. Do you like this from Team Malaysia?
Yep, man. This is one of your safest opening in your lineup. I think a Selena is always good in every composition. And there you go. They also have another hero that is also good, the Cho and the Selena. So it means we're gonna have an all-in team fight because of these two, and pickups are now present in the lineup of Team Malaysia. Meanwhile, man, I'm excited for Brunei. Finally, we are getting the link. We are getting the link, and I like it. No more Uranus opening coming in from Team Brunei. No more support openings. Finally, they opened up with the core. So we shall see how can they play this out.
Yeah, you know what, Manjin? This is a nice opening from Team Brunei. I like that they put the Kufra in with the Ling so that it is already a combo. Kufra is traditionally a counter to the Ling.
Yes.
The deny pick from Team Brunei. Now they have the Popple and Koopa as well. I like the mixture because it means that they will have a little bit more push coming out from their team. So that's Team Brunei. They're looking at Malaysia going for the Thams, pretty standard. Thams and Cho revealing their side laners at this point. So I think that they'll they'll pick up the Grok. Can see now. Brunei, I think they'll get their side laners now. No Jawhead, no Esmeralda anymore. So maybe they go something like a Masha.
Masha, yeah, they played the Masha earlier too. But I'm worrying about the team fight here. Usually if you go for a Masha, you kind of like sacrifice something in your team, right? You kind of like sacrifice a certain strat. So there you go. They're going for the team fight. I think the Masha right now in a composition is quite risky. You really need to like play as a team if you're playing a Masha, right? So like you really need to communicate well with your teammates if you're gonna run that out.
So now for Team Malaysia, they will be considering the Franco, although I don't think that this will be the case. Atlas makes a lot of sense. It's great. Now they go carry.
Right, it's the only one left.
Yeah, it has a lot of damage potential against the Kufra. As well as the Popple and Koopa. I think Dyro doesn't make sense to me. I think Masha is going to be better for Team Brunei as the last pick.
Baksha, probably?
Yeah, they might not need a tank anymore, so we're probably looking for another side laner. Fighter, perhaps a Hayabusa
X-Borg.
Yeah, pretty standard. So you were asking for more team fight tools for Team Brunei, Manjin, and you are answered with an X-Borg. At least for me, that makes sense. I like their composition now compared to previous ones. So Team Brunei might have a better contention come game number 2. But how do you feel about this? Do you like this at all for Team Brunei?
I like it. I like it so much. I have a lot of AoE damage, uncontrollable damage, and you have the vision to answer the Selena. It's a battle of the traps. Right, it's a battle of the traps for Selena and the Popple and Koopa. What I like for Team Malaysia is that the carry is just so good against the Sylvana, man. Like the Sylvana can't do anything. If the carry has the Purify, I think it's GG for the Sylvana. The Sylvana will just get kited every time.
I get what you're talking about.
So I think for Team Brunei, they really need to play their lanes well too, like and give this Ling an early advantage.
Yeah, So yeah, I think I like it because what you do get from the carry is and aside from the kite potential, if you go purify against the Sylvana all of a sudden is so out of position that it just means that he cannot deal damage anymore. And like you said, easily kited. And if you look at the lineup of Team Malaysia, there's a lot of kite potential from their side. Like you have the Garot. You have the Jeet Kune Do Shunpo coming out from the Cho. So there's a lot of ways for them to deal with this. As we are going to see a little bit of a different angle. For game number 2 of match 3, Malaysia versus Brunei. Manjin and Wolf bringing you the action. You can see now in the middle, it's going to be the carry. It's more than likely the funnel receiver at this point from Team Malaysia.
And immediately popping the spinning light wheel to sweep that mid lane lane, and now going for so man, look at this. Team Malaysia now shutting down the Ling from getting the orange buff that he wants, and they can now they Rampol right now. This is a good decision for him. He will try to contest the steal from Team Brunei.
Well, we'll see if that will be the case. Steal indeed from Team Brunei. It's gonna be there. There's the arrow. It hits onto the minion, actually, the jungle creep. I didn't know who was able to get it, but now Ling got it. Absolutely. Tatsubong gonna be in a lot of trouble, as well as Dalnity gonna be jumped upon by the Garot. In comes Speaks, just collecting that bounty from the Kufra. They found another. X-Word goes down, and all of a sudden, that's 3 kills in favor of Team Malaysia.
Team Malaysia was so patient in entering that fight. Props to Rampol for not really like entering abruptly and in getting that orange buff. But then again, the main mission was to give Hajiniti the buff and give him all of the time of the world to farm and get that power spike. So still, this is looking good for Team Brunei Wolf.
Looking absolutely good for Team Brunei as compared to the previous round.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it is actually good that they like it. It's just good. But
yeah, it's just good. It's just good.
Is this enough for Team Brunei? Not enough yet. But at the very least, they're evening up. When it comes to net worth, in comes the Ling. Double buffs to his name. Transferring onto the bottom side, but we'll see how this will happen.
I think, man, Team Malaysia, they're prepared for the Link pick too. I don't really see any hero that Hajiniti can like kill immediately except for the carry.
Yeah.
Because the Cho can bait out the Tempest of Blades to the Shunpo, to the Jeet Kune Do knock up. The Atlas can just double team his way out. Tamos with the Contrant Inferno. The Sight can actually outposition the Ling, and the Selena with the Garote arrow. So I think Janiti, he still needs another item to probably get his damage going. Because look at this, there you go. That is Arts coming in with the blinker out. They committed a lot for the Cho, and now there comes the retaliation play coming in from the Selena, Sorn, and Rumpel running for their life. Tatsupong comes in with the fire, flamethrowers. Meanwhile, Fix is immobilized. Good traps there for Bo and Team Brunei. They managed to pick off one.
Yeah, a very long clash, but only one death, right?
Yes.
For Team Brunei, though, they are controlling the turtle. It's Rumpel. It does the arrow from Sorn, the fatal legs, gonna be cast onto just one, and they are able to take out the Kufra, and they're happy with it. It comes the Tempest of Blades. Atlas in trouble. Atlas gonna be killed, but onto the backside, it comes the way of the Dragon controlling the leg. There's the shutdown coming up from the Selena to get the last hit. Fortunately for the Bubble and Koopa, there's the flicker available, so he gets away. Not gonna be taken down by Team Malaysia, but boy oh boy, what a jump coming up from Arts. Very nice when it comes to the timing. Did you like that, man, Gene?
I did, man. What he did there was he waited for the Ling to get his sword, and that right. You just if you are a Cho, you just proc the third stack of the Jeet Kune Do and wait for the Ling to go to his sword, and then that's an immediate knock up, and that is an autopilot way of the dragon for you. So man, Team Malaysia outplaying Team Brunei in that turtle take. Meanwhile, the Tams is going to die in the top lane. But man, it's still Team Malaysia like controlling the tempo of this game.
Absolutely. They're so happy with this because their carry is farming a lot. 3.3k at the moment compared to just 3,000 for the Ling. Nevertheless, Ling is very strong if he gets his first item, so that's not one thing that Team Malaysia should be careless about.
Yes.
They are controlling the game, but they haven't won it yet, Manjin.
Yeah.
This is still going to be close.
I think so, yeah. And Fix, I think there's something new though, for me though. He is not going for the endless battle. Instead, I think he's going for the bloodless axe. He wants to survive the team fight. He wants to like outplay the Ling every time the Ling will get to him. Right after, because right after the knockout from the Blade Steel Tempest, immediate Phantom Step, instant life steal for the carry. So wow, this is a good decision coming in from him. But yet, as you like what you've said, Wolf, Team Brunei, they're still not out of this. Of course, the damage of the Ling is still uncontrollable.
That was Zora Becky, the Thams dying up top lane after they're pushing tier 1 up top. Tier 2 bottom lane though, taken out by Team Malaysia against Team Brunei. Zorn, an arrow will fly, in comes Rumpel. Looking for fishing right now for a Fatal Links. Finds Dolnity. Will they go for this? There's the bouncing ball that's already there. Arts is here. Ling might be found out, but not gonna be the case. They will go and settle for the Kufra instead. They'll be happy for a one-man takedown. When will they go next, man, Gene?
They will go to the mid. They will go to the turtle because the turtle is the next target. And man, Arts sneaking his way up top and getting Dolnity. That was hard to do, man. If you are a Cho player, that's not that easy. But Arts making it look so easy for him, for us. And there you have it. Oh, there you go. That is the outplay. Look at that. The Way of the Dragon, Steel Tempest. Can he outplay this though? Yes, he can. He shumpos out the flinch voice. There you have it. Nice usage of the purple buff there. Yeah.
Agility, Cycle 9 picked up. Not much energy, so he can be chased down. And he will fit the Links onto 2 and gives the last insanity, but not enough. Just damage to Team Malaysia. No takedowns just yet. And in comes Fix. Wants to get a kill onto the X-Borg and will get it. So low in health. Not gonna be taken out by Team Brunei because there's no damage left. In comes the ultimate from Rumpel no, it was from Donity, I mean. But Rumpel controls the Kufra. Helps Fix get the kill. And up top, there is the double kill from the Selena as they wipe out Team Brunei in a very extended fight. That was not the best fight, definitely, for Team Brunei.
They don't want that. They spend a lot of cash in getting the Cho, right? They spent the ultimate of Ally, the Sylvana. Like what you've said, the Ling doesn't have the energy to pop that flinch boy. So with this, Team Malaysia outplaying them in every way possible. Here comes another outplay. Look at this. The kite coming in from Fix against the Sylvana. And ladies and gentlemen, Fix targeting the Bubble and Koopa. Bo is falling low. The arrow won't hit him. And Bo will survive for another day. But still, it's 7-11, Wolf. This is so convenient for Team Malaysia.
Very convenient indeed for Team Malaysia. Can't say the same for Team Brunei though, as they might lose the third turtle to Team Malaysia at this point. Tham's gonna be applying the pressure up top. Agility actually up on the wall. Kind of spots out the members of Team Malaysia, but Team Malaysia just staying in lane. Look at this, pressuring all of the lanes as they set up for a turtle take. Third one going in their favor. A lot of cash in hand for Team Malaysia, man, Gene.
That is a free turtle for Team Malaysia. And man, look at Fix now with the Queen's Wing. So now I'm like 80% sure that he will not immediately die with Hajizi's damage. Just 80%. 80%. Just 80%. Okay. Yes, just 80%. Because still Hajizi can proc some crits, right? So yeah. But man, one proc of the Phantom Step, easy life steal. So I don't know.
And with Queen's Wings amplifying or life steal, that means that surely he will be able to stay alive. And with the Purify as well. So the itemization now for the carry, it makes a lot of sense versus Team Brunei, who really wants to go for those bursts. And like what they did against the Cho, they take him out.
I think what they need right now is a perfect ultimate from Ally, and then Tatsupong with the last Insanity Burst. That's what they need. They need to counter the Fatal Links. There you go. The clash, it's now starting. Wolf.
Yeah, but that's just Zorn that they jump forward to. Dolity will be able to turn away. As they are poking this carry, but the carry might be able to take out the Wolf. And that's Koopa down. Of course, that's not the end of the world because you can resummon him, but you cannot be that careless against this carry from Team Brunei.
It cannot be denied that the carry right now, he can like burst down the Wolf of Koopa. And with this, at this point in time, Team Brunei just waiting for Team Malaysia to overcommit. Welcome.
3 Queen's Wings now for Team Malaysia. I can think that this Arts Joe will also pick it up once they get a chance. Farrag Armor will not be completely out for Tatsupong at this point. At least he gets to stay alive now, but Team Brunei, they can't get out. They're quarantined inside their base at this point, Manjin. And Team Brunei will slowly lose the economic battle of this game if they don't find a pickup soon.
Yeah, man, and they're slowly rotting. Man, this is just too much. Too much pressure by Team Malaysia. Zorn even popping the TP. It's this type of player, man. The buttons are not enough for him. But okay, they were able to pick off one. Actually, well down.
Yeah.
In the bottom side, but okay, as we say this, that was a free lord for Team Malaysia, and now they will get an Tatsupong.
Yeah. Oh, Fix is gonna be able to get his 6th bounty of the game, 6 kills and 4 assists with no deaths. That's 10 out of the 13 kills that Team Malaysia has. And for a carry, for a funnel receiver, that's already a lot. Zorn spots out this rotation, finds agility, but doesn't have his teammates with him, so he will just back down for now.
You know what? The Selena, I think, is like somehow of an answer to the Ling. So there you go. They're popping the TPs. There you go. You can't do that to me. Says,
Don't do that to me, man.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
Really funny. But you know what's not funny, man? Team Brunei might lose their inhibitor turret in the middle. Dolity gonna be caught by the members of Team Malaysia, but in comes the last insanity. Fatal Links for the counter. They were able to fish out this carry though, and Team Malaysia will lose their core without the Selena, without the carry. There's not much damage, but they do have control. There's the shutdown. Nice way of the Dragon to control the Ling. 3 kills going in favor of Team Malaysia, and an inhibitor as well up top.
I really thought that Team Brunei can come back from this, but
look at the pickoff though.
Yeah, but Hajinity, he got excited too. He got so excited, man. He thought that they can come back, but no. Team Malaysia, yes, we can do that to you, because Team Malaysia will sweep Team Brunei in this best of 2 series, and they will get a victory.
Well done coming out from Team Malaysia, and that was just so funny though to see that what's that the recall bait.
The recall bait.
You would never think will happen ever at all in a professional match, but it happened now.
You taunt me, I'll taunt you, and then I'll like sneak up on you, and that's what happened.
Exactly. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Props to Team Brunei for
they're slowly getting there.
Yeah, they're slowly getting there, but I think Team Malaysia, they were the better team. They controlled every minute of the game. And Wolf, I don't know, man. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time we're seeing Team Brunei, like the country, battle internationally, right? In the world of Mobile Legends. So I think these are like rookie jitters coming in from Team Brunei. I'm not really sure. I'm not sure
as well. Maybe this is like their biggest tournament yet, and it's already online, and you can see that they are finding a lot of trouble. There's some fundamental stuff that they have missed out come their first game, but obviously compared to their previous games, this is Team Brunei having a better time compared to their previous games. So I think that there's a silver lining to all of this. It's quite a challenge for Team Malaysia, but not enough. And I think that we will now be welcoming Mr. Rob Luna. There he is. Hello.
Yes, I'm really excited to come into the conversation. Just like what you've saying earlier about the teleportation taunt. There's a saying in boxing that you have to defend yourself at all times, and that's one perfect example of taunting and suddenly dying. There was a part of me that somehow Malaysia would get another epic comeback from their opponent, but somehow I think it's Hajinity get ahead of himself, going directly to the three members of Team Malaysia, getting kicked by the Way of Dragon from the show. But nonetheless, that was a very exciting match. What do you think about the ban of the Low Yi? Well, like Manjin said, it's not yet somehow worth a ban. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe because they want to really first pick the Selena. And they know themselves how to play the Liu Yi, and they have used it in such a good manner. Maybe they know the strength of this hero so much that they respect it to not give it to any of their opponents. And they also, again, like I said, they wanted to go for the first pick Selena, so that's probably why they banned it out themselves.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you know what, Rob? I think because the Liu Yi is still new to us too. So I'm not really sure if it's ban-worthy or not. But again, we're just casters and they're players. So they probably really know that, hey, let's ban the Liu Yi. Let's like negate their strat. I think they also saw Team Brunei pulled off a Liu Yi composition last night, right?
Yes, definitely. Definitely last night. One last question before we actually end the show. Somehow, Team Malaysia's loss earlier was coming from an epic comeback. Very strong performance. If they didn't lose that, they were somehow on par in terms of points with Team Vietnam. And they will be going against each other tomorrow on our second series, ladies and gentlemen. This is the points for our Group A standings. Wolf, what do you think about that epic match?
That will be epic for sure. I think that the good thing that we know is that it is, I'd say, one of the last series that both teams will play, which means that they kind of have studied how each team worked, or in the previous series. So it will be such a battle of brains and preparation, and a lot of skills in there too. So that's gonna be so exciting for sure.
Yes. How about you, Manjin? Who are you rooting for, Malaysia or Vietnam tomorrow?
Malaysia or what?
Vietnam.
Vietnam. You know what? We have friends from Malaysia. Shout out to Gideon and Aaron Chen and Papa. So I'm rooting for Malaysia, but again, it's just a wild guess. It's just a wild guess because Team Vietnam, they're looking good in this bracket. Right, Beck Fantasy main. So
I do agree. But since we're about to end our second day here on the Razer SEA-Invitational, do you have any final words, Wolf? Let's start with you.
I hope that there's a lot of how do I say this? A lot of studying, a lot of preparation for teams, because after 2 days we see a lot of action already from all of the teams, and hopefully the teams tomorrow will adjust against each other to give us more entertaining stuff. We've been entertained though for the past 2 days, and I'm sure that tomorrow is gonna be better. So for all the viewers out there, do watch out, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, how about you, Manjin?
Thank you so much for having us today, and exciting games are still worth to watch tomorrow. And just want to promote our social media pages, Manjin Faldas and Wolfcast.
That's right.
Wolfcast.
Yeah.
So there you go. Yeah, man. Rob Luna, thank you as well. And that's all.
All right, so thank you everyone. As we're about to end the second day of our Razer SEA-Invitational 2020, we would like to thank especially the teams and we're also hoping to see more exciting matches tomorrow as the final day for the group stage of Group A will about to end. And that's gonna be it for us here on the casters side. First match tomorrow, again, that's going to be Team Vietnam versus Team Thailand. And on behalf of our casters, Manjin, of course, and Wolf, and all the production and broadcast crew, the Razer and Tier 1 Entertainment staff, thank you for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
with this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon!
The Razer SEA Games eSport event was absolutely a historical moment, not just for Southeast Asia region, but for the global eSport audience. With our sight firmly set to establish eSport at Olympic Games as a vision of our CEO Minang, there are three focuses that we have to really go forward and have our vision established in the near future. The first is to grow our global eSport audience. Second is to establish the fundamentals, infrastructure, and local development among the country at the grassroots level. And the most scalable and sustainable way is to work with the eSport Federation, where they have the sole objective to develop this as a true sport in the country.
I remember on Game 5 where Philippines is starting out slow, but after a minute of back and forth, Philippines managed to force and win a team fight in the mid lane. That crucial team fight helped the Philippines regain momentum and win the series. I am really excited to see the competition, especially with how it ended in SEA Games. Will Philippines defend their title, or will Indonesia stop them? I am also looking forward to other countries such as Myanmar to get their shot at redemption.
အရင်နှစ် SEA Game ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီမြန်မာနိုင်ငံအနေနဲ့ဆိုကျွန်တော်2တင်း3တင်းသွားရတယ်ပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီ Mobile Legends Dota AOV 3တင်းသွားရတယ်ပြီးတော့ကျတော့အရင်အခုကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီစသွားတဲ့နှစ်မှာပဲ Esports ကလည်းစပြီးတော့ပေါ်လာတာဆိုတော့ကြလေမြန်မာနိုင်ငံအသင်းအနေနဲ့တော်တော်လေးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အထဲထဲကိုတော့တိုးလိုက်ရတယ်ဗျချိုးဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြောမလဲရလက်တီကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မကောင်းခဲ့ဘူးဗျဒါပေမဲ့သူတို့အနေနဲ့အကောင်းဆုံးတော့ဒီကနေပဲကြိုးစားသွားခဲ့တယ်အရင်နှစ်တုန်းကလည်းကျွန်တော်ဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြောမလဲ MES ဘယ်လိုမျိုးမထင်မှတ်ဖ ೇನೆ ကျွန်တော်ပို့ဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြောလဲအများကြီးပို့ပြီးတော့လုပ်ပြနိုင်ခဲ့တယ်ပို့ပြီးတော့လည်းကျန်းခဲ့တဲ့ပွဲအဲ့လိုမျိုးထိုးနီး၎င်းပဲကျွန်တော်ဒီနေ့မှလည်းဒီလိုမျိုး Razer SEA-Invitational ပွဲရလဲလာအောင်မယ်အဲ့လိုမျိုးပုံစံခန်းနာကြီးပဲထပ်ပြီးတော့လာအောင်မယ်ဆိုတော့ရှင်ပြိုင်ရတဲ့သူတွေဆော့ရတဲ့သူတွေပို့ပြီးတော့စိတ်လှုပ်ရှားမလို့ကျွန်တော်ထင်တယ်စောင့်နေကြတဲ့သူတွေလည်းများမယ်လို့ထင်တယ်ပြီးတော့တခုရှိတာက
For Mobile Legends Bang Bang, the Razer SEA-Invitational will feature 10 teams randomly drawn into 2 groups, a best of 2 round-robin preliminaries followed by a double elimination playoff format.
To me, the exciting part is to see them coming back with 10 nations this time participating in SEA-Invitation. It's for them to defend the title or to claim the title for their countries.
unbreakable sword.
Why me do my two-step?
Monster kill! Ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy! Mega kill! Legendary!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This isn't about fame, fortune, or following. This is a calling. This is desire. This is obsession. This is what it takes to win. They search for more speed, focus, control. This is more than a game. This is esports.
You love playing games, and you're always hunting for the best deals. Now you can get more back just from the way you pay. Introducing Razer Gold, the virtual credit for games and entertainment that rewards you back. With Razer Gold, you get to enjoy more savings with exclusive deals. Get access to special bonus gifts and in-game items you can't find anywhere else, like unique weapons and skins. What's more, with every dollar in Razer Gold spent, you'll earn Razer Silver, our rewards program. Just like airline miles, the more you spend, the more you'll earn. Just keep collecting Razer Silver, and once you've got enough, you can redeem it for Razer hardware, games, gift cards, and more. With Razer Gold, you get more savings and gifts, and automatically earn Razer Silver to redeem even more cool gear. It's the best way to get rewarded just for being a gamer. Get started by signing up for a Razer ID on gold.razer.com. Take a moment to verify your account so it's totally secure. And that's it. Start filling up your e-wallet with Razer Gold and enjoy rewards with every spend. So how do you fill up your e-wallet with Razer Gold? It's easier than you think. We've got over 1 million partners and stores around the world, both online and offline, where you can top up your e-wallet with Razer Gold. Don't have a credit card? No problem. Reload your wallet by purchasing these Razer pins. You can easily find them at your nearest convenience store, supermarket chain, or pawn shop. Prefer to do things online? We've got you covered. Reload your wallet with your credit card, internet banking, and even your telco bill via direct carrier billing. Now that you're stocked on Razer Gold and you found something you'd like to purchase, here's how you pay with Razer Gold. Click on Pay with Razer at the checkout segment of your purchase. Log into your Razer Gold account and use your wallet balance to check out. If there's insufficient Razer Gold, simply reload your wallet with a specified amount via online banking, credit card, or buying Razer pins from a store. Here's a sweet deal to get you started. Create an account now and verify, and we'll reward you with 1,000 Razer Silver. Start getting rewarded and getting more back when you pay with Razer Gold now.